Welcome to our bootcamp in research in interdisciplinary and open science. Let's get started today and good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, everybody. My name is Miguel Angel Montoya. I am the director of the Innovation Hub Europe of Innovation Hub Europe, and here we would like to welcome all of you. Most of you we saw you yesterday on the cocktail that we held, and everybody here today. Well, welcome from wherever you are. This is a short inauguration event, and we're gonna share some words on behalf of some of the organizers towards this bootcamp, and then afterwards I would have a small presentation regarding our goals and what we're doing from the research optic within the bootcamp. So, if it's okay with you, Eva Gonzalez is going to take the floor, the director of the foundation. Edgar, where are you? Now, is has the simultaneous interpretation has been explained? Yeah, it's working. Yeah, it is working. Okay, very well. Yeah, so we're all good. Okay, perfect. So thank you, and go ahead. Thank you, Eva. Good morning, everybody. And my intervention is going to be quite brief. I would only provide you with a welcome, and I would be the host of the Comilla Villa. As a representative, I would like to welcome you to Villa de Comillas and welcome you to this very special framework that you are going to be able to live throughout this couple of days within the boot camp. As a matter of fact, it was Jesuit, um, a Jesuit, a Jesuit, and then he made his money, and the Indiano concept was coined, and in Cantabria, but also in Asturias and Galicia, and etc. Well, it refers to the character that was born in Spain, goes to America, makes its fortune, and then comes back to Europe. A lot of people do that. It happened to myself, and a great cultural exchange happened as well as a financial one. So this was a seminar, and then up until 1970 for the Pontificia University of Comillas. So the framework that we're going to have today, well, it's going to be the space where this bootcamp is going to take place, and it's a space with a lot of educational history, and it's the best framework for the discussions and conversations that we're going to hold in this day and a half, right? So, well, we Fundación Comillas, it's an educational center that is focused on teaching Spanish and the Hispanic culture. So we have strong links to Latin America, but also with Europe, because we need to mediate in such fashion. And we have graduate degrees, postgraduate degrees at innovation and research areas, and thus we are highly interested in partaking. I see many people from the foundation that signed up for the bootcamp, and our idea is to be able to think alongside with you the challenges of educational innovation, to have a space to think about and talk about, change of paradigm challenge and challenges, and it would be great, right? So it's important, so we will be seeing each other. I would like to welcome all of you and thank you very much for the Innovation Europe for having us here to be, being a part that's so close to the event. Thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you very much. Now, I would love for Dr. Jose Escamilla, the director of the Institute for Future of Education from Tech of Monterrey, if he would like to take the floor. Thank you very much, Miguel Angel, and thank you very much for having us here, as well as for the Comillas Foundation. Well, I'm the director for the Future of Education, and this is the first academic event that we've had in Europe. So this is a branch of the institute over here. The dream of our institute is to improve the lifestyle of many people through transforming upper or higher education and throughout the world. And in order to do this, we do this in a cooperation and openly, connecting with many people such as yourselves that are here. And we have initiatives on interdisciplinary research, entrepreneurship, and transformation in educational technology, having consultantship with the universities, governments, and educational systems, and through dissemination and creation of networks. And this is a great place to do that. This is the best place to connect and to do things. And the title of the bootcamp has to do with innovation, interdisciplinary research, and open science, which are very important goals for the Institute for the Future of Education. Yesterday, I was talking with Fran and Karina that I was not sure which message to convey to you today, and Karina gave me an idea that this should be built as a safe space, a camaraderie space where we can connect and we can, do things together. And one of our targets here in Europe, it's to have impact within the region and to be able to get this impact to cooperation through projects that we can do, and to raise some funds to carry out projects and to perform research, but that research should translate into impact in the community, in society. That's part of our goals. So welcome everybody. Thank you, Dr. Escamilla. And next up, Maria Soledad, Comillas Gonzola. Marisol is going to share some words with us. She's the heart of this bootcamp. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, we are very happy. We are very, very happy for you to have accepted our invitation to come and build together the future of education from the UNESCO optic of the open educational framework. Well, we want to have impact, and we would like to supply great ways of educating and building, and this is a space for that, for this co-creation, as stated by Pepe just before me. So we are here with this desire and that goal of being able to visualize those aspects that can help us shine more than what we are currently doing. All of us that we are, researchers, professors, students, society in general, from the responsibility that we have in this world, from that responsibility, how it is that we can increase and do what's best for this research and for this education that will drive us to build the present and the future of education. Thank you very much for being here with us. Now, I would like to leave the floor to Mr. Genaro Zavala, who is a director for research for the HR department on the Institute for Future of Education. Well, welcome once again to this place. I would like to thank Miguel and Eva for having us here on this very beautiful place, which is Comillas. Pepe for the support that we've received on behalf of the Institute for the Future of Education, in order to do many of the things that we're doing. Thank you very much, Pepe. And Marisol, as Miguel stated, she's the heart of this event, and we're going to get together with the European hub of the Tec de Monterrey here in Comillas, España, in Spain. And well, we're going to have many social interactions, and this is very important after having a lot of time without having them. Well, to have them through a screen, it's not the same of doing them face to face. And I love that we're here, that we're interacting, that we are, talking, dining, and communicating. This is going to be very important. But also, what's next is going to be very important. So this is our contact. We are going to have our networking here, but we are going to work together so that we can have an impact, so that we can get our goals, so that we can have impact on millions of people. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I don't know if you can put the presentation up in the screen. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to explain a little bit what I was talking about the optics of research on the effort of the hub here in Comillas on behalf of Tec de Monterrey and the Institute for the Future of Education. And then I'm going to do some housekeeping. So while the presentation is on the screen, and going back to what Renato was saying, yes, we love inauguration so much that we're gonna have a couple of them today, right? So this is a boot camp, and thank you. Yes, thank you. Sure, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God, oh my God. Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, so I would just like to tell you that today at 4 and taking advantage of your presence today at the event, and I know that many of you are coming from America and Mexico. Well, this is we're gonna have the inauguration of the hub, but we're gonna have it close by. We're not gonna have a bus. It's just a couple of meters away. It's on the chapel. It's a beautiful place, and that inauguration is going to take place at 4. We're gonna have people from the Cantabria government and the representative, the dean, and also Juan Pablo Mura is going to be here, and we're going to take advantage of the presence of Jose Escamilla and all of you. So this is why we're gonna have a couple of inaugurations. So to tell you what it is that we're doing as a hub, and it links to what we are going to do this couple of days or these 3 days. Well, we're gonna see that. Okay. Yeah. All right. So here we have the innovation hub. Okay, yeah, thank you. And underneath you can see the website, but I'm sure that many of you have visited it in order to come here. But this is no lie. We held this event, and everybody that connected on some of the previous online sessions, here is the seminar. Eva has explained this already, and the day is not different from the picture. So, we are a foundation. The Hub is a private foundation that, well, it's placed here. This is where we get our mail, and this is a foundation that belongs to Tech de Monterey, and it's operated by the Institute of the Future of Education. So, any deal, anything that we're doing it, well, it's for you to know that we are a private Spaniard foundation with all the backing up from Tec de Monterrey and the Institute of the Future of Innovation. I know it's hard to explain. It took me some time to understand it myself, but as Pepe stated before, well, we are here to support the dream and of the Institute of the Future of the Education through 3 ways. We want to be a bridge or to be some of the bridges that Tec de Monterrey already has in Europe in order to strengthen relationships with partners that we have had for many years, or new hubs, or other departments or institutes within universities that have been working with us for many years, getting for raising funds and managing funds from Europe. So given that we're a private foundation, we can get support from other colleagues or other European institutions to raise funds and to increase the prestige of the tech and the institute from Europe and within Europe. So we look for cooperation, and you're going to see this. You're going to see that amongst us. We have researchers, but we also have entrepreneurs, and we are very happy to work with public organizations and private corporations in order to address the challenges that education holds. Ever since 2022, this is not a report, but I would like to tell you what it is that we've been doing, because time goes by so fast. So we have placed the hub over here, and they hired a director, which is yours truly. And well, we are hiring researchers, and here in this room we have some of them. We have professors and researchers with experience that come all across the world in order to create our research group right here. We try to consolidate through our university networks our presence in Europe. We are raising funds in Europe, and we have uh, partake, partaken in some Erasmus, RCs, some Horizons, with different kinds of challenges that we have. And we are creating research projects and raising funds, right? And well, we are going to continue projects that we already have in Mexico. We'll start them from scratch with our partners. So I will stop here for a while, because well, most of the leaders of the research projects are around here, but just for you to get an idea of what it is that we are looking for, right? So here on the application stage, we have had many meetings, and we have defined our partners. Well, we have this phone naming, and Carl left for a while, but Carl Nigard, he's a researcher from the hub, and he's in Hong Kong, and he's from the US, and he's applying an RC. And if you know the RC, you know that the deadline is November 7th. So he's creating this RC for phone naming. And if you need more information, Carl will be back in a moment. And I'm also at your disposal. And then Juan Friday, he was here, and also with Juan Friday and other universities and European partners. Well, we are all working in this project, and the name has been changed. But at the end of the day, it's a lifelong learning or educational technology for adults with an objective, and we are going to address sustainability on rural areas. And we're also working this with Dutch and French partners, Spanish partners. And Dr. Martin Molina, who was unable to come here, well, he received our invitation from the Lux University in Poland in order to develop digital skills. And Martin from Tec de Monterrey, through the hub, has been partaking on this effort alongside the Aveiro University and the Dublin City University are going to be around. We're working on that. Dr. Patricia Caratosolo, for those who come from Tec de Monterrey, she alongside the Uppsala University and Alvor, well, and other partners. Well, we are all working in a project, that she has been specializing on skills and work. We are looking for a better name for the project, but we are very well ahead on that. And we also have started a project that some Greek and Portuguese invited us. It's a small Erasmus project in Portugal. In Portugal, the Erasmus funds were not depleted, and they opened a second date in November. And we were invited to partake on that. And we're working on digital entrepreneurship. But even though it's a small project, well, it allows us to understand the European project format. So let's see how it goes down. And in design phase, well, and I will do this very fast because people that did all of these projects are present in this room, and we are in projects with you here with you today, and Marisol is here as well. But this is a digital skill project for open education, right? So we are currently rebuilding it. We are creating a very important group, and we are looking for partners that we have from the same Carl's RC. We can get to other Horizon projects moving further down the line. So this is RCs are in October, November, and then in March, February, we're going to see the horizons that are related to the project. Or and Carl is working on another project, and Carlos Frenado, our researcher, is around here. He would be with us in January, but he was able to come from the match plan in Frankfurt, and he is going to be working on virtual reality and his connections with education. Carlos is somewhere around here, and I know that this was explained by many people yesterday. And well, we have a lot of projects related with phone naming from Carl. Carlos is and yours truly are working in a couple of projects, and we have many more projects. But I wanted to make a selection, and I wanted to respect our colleagues and the people that lead the project for them to be here in case there were more questions or comments. So that's our intent. The hub has many goals, but one of them is to work together to create research groups and to fundraise in order to discover new things. So thank you very much. So this is the practical information in order to do the best with my time and to allow for the bootcamp to take place and the speaker presentations and so forth. So this is practical information. Well, first and foremost is our 1 hour sessions, but as I stated before, it's an hour with a tax already, so we need to discount 21 or 18% of sales tax wherever you're from. It depends on the country, but every speaker, it's a tandem. So it's two speakers per session, and they're going to carry the sessions that they see fit, but they're going to be dynamic, and your participation with your specific concerns that you would like to ask or if you want to do this into a journal or the books that we are going to publish. Well, your questions are always important, and the intent here is always to help you. Marisol knows this, and the project that you uploaded to the website would be better after this couple of days. You know that there are some publications, and we can discuss this further down the road, but we have at least one book that's associated to a prestige publishing house We're gonna have one book, perhaps more. We have, several journals: Q1, Q2, the Frontier, the JSSR, and also the participants are going to select. Well, I think this looks more like a chapter or a paper or a book, and also the open access matters. Well, books have no cost, but journals sometimes do, and every author should pay for that. So if you select a journal, think about the quality of the paper and also your wallet depth, right? And also, well, when this is nothing new, we know that works like this on the world of science, but we are going to be ready for this. And I know that you are going to figure it out on each and every one of these sessions with an hour alongside its sales tax. So we're going to have simultaneous interpretation. So I hope that if you don't speak Spanish, we have an online interpretation of this event. And well, there is always going to be someone speaking in Spanish and some other in English. And well, I'm sure that we stated this. The information was stated on the Bootcamp website. Thank you very much. So this is the Wi-Fi. It's EC Invitados network. You can use it. I hope that it's working properly. You see that the walls are thick, and this doesn't help internet, even though internet has come a long way. And well, restrooms are from where you came in, right to your back on the corner. And if even though they're big, well, if they're full on the next floor going up the staircase, well, you're gonna find also the bathroom there. If you have a hard time going up and down the stairs behind me, we have some elevators. We are going to have coffee breaks, and we're going to have our meals here, and we are going to have a cocktail after the second inauguration, and then we're going to have a dinner at the hotel. So everything takes place here except dinner, and dinner is going to take place at the hotel. Have you seen it? If you've been with us since yesterday, so if you leave tomorrow after the event is done, bring all your stuff. We're gonna have to think on how we're going to do this for luggage, but perhaps it's the same bus, and you can leave them there. So if you're in the hotel and you leave the airport or Santander tomorrow, do your checkout before 9 a.m. and leave the hotel with your luggage and your belongings so that you can get them on the bus. And well, tomorrow we're gonna wrap it up with a concert. It's a surprise that we have for you, and you're gonna leave from this very building. So bring your luggage, please. So that's it. Thank you very much for being here, and I hope that the jet lag it's easy on you. And well, we shouldn't wrap it up without talking with Marisol, which is the other heart of the event, Diego Caro, who's over there, and we would like to thank him a lot for everything he's done. I already told him that we are not going to charge him for, the training, choosing meals, tasting wines, everything that the poor thing has had to do. But thank you very much, Diego. Thank you very much for all of your help, and welcome everybody, and good morning. Thank you, Dr. Miguel Angel Montoya, for his messages. And we would like to ask the speakers to take the floor. But while they do that, well, given that this is a camaraderie and community environment, please help us to spread the impact of this event using the hashtags Research for Challenge, Future of Education Bootcamp, Building Education, and hashtag Innovation Hub Europe, and hashtag CGF education. So let's go over with focusing on the differential value of interdisciplinary research from educational innovation from Maria Soledad Ramirez Montoya and Antonio Bartolome Piña. So we would like to remind you that on the walls we have the QR codes in case anybody would like to get online to our social networks or follow the stream on YouTube. So please help us to make this a better event and to spread it in every way possible. So let's get started with today's first conference. So thank you very much, everybody. Antonio Bartolome gives you a very big hug from Barcelona. And well, he's suffering from COVID, and well, it seems COVID doesn't want to go away. But he forwarded a video that we're gonna look at in a few moments. And well, we are going to talk a little bit. About the bootcamp, and the bootcamp is all about building together the future of education. And in such fashion, throughout the whole program and our colleagues, you are going to see the short dynamics that are dialogues and conversations where we are going to invite you to think together, and thus we are going to approach different topics and very important topics for research, innovation, interdisciplinary work, multidisciplinary work. And also, we're going to ask you some questions that we hope will drive you to improve what you have written for the journal or any book chapter. So, was I not being heard? Hello, hello, hello. Is this better? Yes. Yes, so you can hear me now. All right, okay. So we are going to invite you to think and to build together. So this is note taking, and this is thinking about our own paper or possible paper that we're gonna have in a few moments for a research. So, saying this, the first topic that alongside Antonio we have prepped for you, well, is to talk about the differential value of research. So this is to feel and to focus what's the key impact point of our research, what are we doing this for, and what's its purpose. And in order to do this, well, I wanted to bring these pictures, and these pictures, well, were taken last week in Tijuana, Baja California, where we have this wall on the border that goes towards the sea, this wall that divides two nations, two cultures, two populations. And in that wall, well, whenever you look at it, it's something that hurts, not because you're Mexican. It would hurt anybody to see these walls, these divisions. And from that standpoint, whenever I was taking those pictures, and then as we can see, it goes up the hill and then it goes down the sea. Well, I saw these girls that were going into the sea, and this sea is very cold, by the way. And I pictured what was their future, what's the future for those girls, for that population, for all of those who try to cross it every day. The border, Tijuana, it's the border of the within the world that has the most inflow, people wise, car wise, both illegal and illegally, uh, in the world, right? So in this wall, I also found that pink area that you see there, and it says go after your dreams. This is what it says, even though it's small print. Well, it says never stop pursuing your dreams. So whenever I read that, I felt it. I felt that energy. Whenever I was there, I said, "This is what I'm going to take to the food boot camp in order to help us focus on research, on our research, in order to start to visualize what's the impact on what we do, what we're doing this for, how can we contribute with something." I know that we are not going to be able to solve or bring down those walls, even though that's what we would like to do the most, but how it is that we can provide from our own standpoint, from our own responsibility, something more that would help us focus. And from this invitation, it is that I ask you what's the differential value of research, what it is that we can contribute from our own standpoint and from what we do, right? So, there is a wonderful site that I would like for you to visit, which is on the Comunicar magazine. And in the Institute of Future Education, we are co-editors of this magazine called Comunicar on the Comunicar magazine. Well, it is a wonderful site that has many sections on the left hand side, but two of them are precisely blocks in order to write better. And this, well, we receive recommendations for writing, and also for assessors. And so school for reviewers, school for writers is something that I would like to recommend you. But I found these words from Feres Escoba that says that the value of a paper of research is on differential, something that's very different, and what you should highlight whenever you're writing. And in that something, we need to guarantee that visibility of the contribution that we want to make. So it is there where we have a research perspective or writing perspective. We need to find that crucial point, and always remember that this will allow us to drop the walls, if not physical walls, knowledge walls at least. Right, so we need to direct our attention with a highlighter as if it was one. Right, so in that school we have a yellow highlighter that will allow us to focus on what's a distinction that we want to make, right? So, and what can it be? I mean, if this is what we want to highlight, then what can be that differential value that we can provide research whenever we talk about in when we talk about research, because we can do an educational research, because we can do multidisciplinary research in many ways. But when we talk about education, well, if we highlight something, if we improve something, well, it would be better. So through the scientific method, we can create this differential value. And there are some lines that I love that will focus our attention to the differential value. The Science and Technology National Council has highlighted some lines. For example, in the postgraduate and PhDs, well, they invite us for the differential value to be at least four types, and they invite us mostly on the PhD for us to develop something that's technological, that's differential, that is our contribution. On the other hand, we can also bring in some innovation, some methodology, some technique, some service, some product, a technical innovation that will drive us further in order to perform this in new possibilities. Why not? Of creating a company, selling a company, and the technological based companies, mostly on postgraduate degrees and mostly on PhDs. Our site should be differentiated, and well, it should be focused on that. And the National Council of Science and Technology invite us to do it in such fashion. Recently, alongside our colleague Jairo Lugo, who is in Arabia right now, well, in Qatar. Well, we have been working on, a paper of a mixed methodology, which has been published on the Comunicar magazine. And here we have differentiated on educational research. What can be that differential? Can it be a new product, a new service, perhaps? A new knowledge, or a new process. So, what we're doing in terms of research, where is our site heading to, or if we are analyzing or utilizing the scientific method, gaining results, and where are our findings heading to, what are we creating from what we are trying to implement. So, from this perspective, well, we are going to locate. And here I would like to invite our colleague Antonio Bartolome. How can we locate and highlight this differentiated value in education research, mostly for people that are in education and educational features and so forth? So please do bring Antonio's words in a video. So all of these presentations and the recordings are going to be placed on the website of this event, so that you can help us spread the word, and to use this alongside open education and open science. Thank you. Good morning. I hope that you are enjoying this encounter that's so inspiring for us all. I'm sorry that I was not able to be there, but I do thank you for the opportunity, for allowing me to speak on it. I wanted to contribute to four ideas to the question: how can we locate and highlight the differentiated value? And the first idea is the education provides knowledge, which is basis of all education. So recently, Mr. Escudero stated that we don't own precise and exact information in terms of what's going on. It is true that we have some data, for example, the PISA studies, but they are partial. Let's remember that South Korea gets great results on these studies, but they forget that the number of suicides among students, and also, professors quitting, and they overlook that. Some educations have done an effort in order to share academic data. In the case of the Tata Hub for the Future of Education, that provides access to collection of institutional data. But it's also important to realize that the current legislation limits us. As university, we cannot use academic data if we have not previously obtained the expressed authorization from students. There is a series of given the field that they have been working, well, they don't truly understand the ethic of it all. But but it's all possible to innovate if we get data based on facts and obtained through research and the studies based on a classroom, because we know the professor and they provide us with access. Well, we cannot innovate through particular perceptions or hunches, right? And this will drive us to our second point, which is we need to research for global education. When we talk about globalization, we think about, economical globalization and the economic aspect of things. But nowadays, our citizens live, and our students live in a global world with global problems such as global warming, biogenetics, AI, amongst others. So Melendro highlights that it's not about providing the same answer on every situation, but we should face the globalization. Research performed from this perspective through international teams and networks, well, is what can provide the baseline for innovation, which is happening in other, scientific fields. We know that, scientific awards are now being provided to multidisciplinary, multinational teams. But well, the first thing is that we need to have a multidisciplinary team, and in our research teams, well, we need to have psychologists, sociologists, poly, poly, politics studies, biologists, physicians, and this is just if we were talking about neuroscience. And through innovation, well, we can have a solid baseline. And basically research should take place, and it should take place in a framework of technology. It's not optative. Education is with technology because it's associated with technology. If you remember, Castañeda and Salinas stated in a recent paper, we don't use technology so that our students can learn more or better. We use technology because society uses technology. Whenever a professor prohibits the use of smartphones on the classroom, he is giving up on his work as a educator, because the world uses smartphones, right? So he's rather being a DA or a gatekeeper, right? So innovation projects can fall in the usage of technology just for the sake of technology. So technology will allow us to avoid past mistakes or find or reinventing the wheel, right? So I saw that AI, after, if you can record your voice for a few seconds and you can forward that over, well, it allowed you to write a text in Spanish, and the system will translate this to English or other languages. It would record it digitalizing our own voice that had been recorded previously, and then created our voice, and then created the pictures with the lip moving. So that's very attractive, and we think, well, innovation, but let's think that but in the research stated that 60 years ago a talking head it's not as efficient, and this was discovered in in many ways in the US. So we can get the current technology thinking that we are going to create a innovation, a multilingual innovation center, but what we're doing is that we're just repeating past mistakes. So as a summary, research as a source of knowledge with a multidisciplinary team and with the help of technology. These are the four key points that will allow us to highlight the differentiated value of education whenever we want to create education. So thank you very much. Whenever we want to create innovation. Thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you very much. And well, given that this is also being streamed, well, they were saying that the audio was working there and the video was also working there. So, okay, if we synthesized the ideas of what we want to, or what Antonio just stated, well, I really love the first line that it says, innovation teaches education. So that's a great idea, and a great quote that talks about what's the value of research in order to drive these improvements and these differentiated entities that will allow us to improve. Also, the impact on how this education well happens at a global scale, and how from a multidisciplinary work we can contribute with these improvements as per required. Technology as a crossroad and a crucial point is something that helped us think about a lot of things, Antonio. And with these ideas, it is that we bring to the table where we have the opportunity to, have, a high impact innovation that will help, society and the community and everybody's well-being. We have a great opportunity on the 17 goals for sustainable growth stated by UNESCO, and the multidisciplinary work. It's adamant, it's imperative for all of us to work together from different areas and different disciplines, communities, and cultures in order to contribute towards entities that hurt, such as water, energy, peace. Each and every one of these invitations that we have, well, these are opportunities, these are marvelous opportunities to contribute in some way. And where we can, contribute with this differentiated value. Well, we find this with many opportunities, and it's there on the databases, on the literature, where we can find on the different systems. And and this will allow us to see what's the world state and what's hurting each and every one of the challenges that we have, in order for us to be able to say, hey, this is where I'm going to work, and this is my contribution whenever I try to create something differentiated. We have different databases that, well, here we have, with Antonio to, focus and to discuss what's the position of the differentiated value and the terms of what's hurting us science wise, throughout the world, education wise, given the current state of knowledge and the border towards I want to take a step forward is going to be here. And precisely that's a value that, and our colleagues are going to invite us on the next conference. They're going to ask us to think about the knowledge frontier and where we can get this value. Well, whenever we are writing, for example, a paper, well, we can incorporate this on different areas, and we have some suggestions where we can incorporate the differential value. On the abstract, we should place the magic word and we can say the original contribution of this research is hitting this way. It should be on the abstract, and it also should be on the introduction. And the introduction where we are, placing the reader. Well, we need to say, hey, we have advanced in science in such fashion, and this is why we have more databases. But this article that we are placing right here has this differentiated value, and obviously it shouldn't miss on the conclusions where we need to reinforce it, and when to have some fireworks at the end to show what's our contribution towards science. So these are the three places that we suggest where they cannot miss in our, writings in our introduction or conclusion. And now we would like to invite you to mobilize learning. And here we would like to ask you to bring out your cell phones. And if you are remotely, please go into this website, and we're going to go into menti.com, and we are going to place this code, because we are going to ask you three questions. And this is where we want to talk about what we're going to do with Antonio in order to explore in terms of what everybody thinks, everybody that's being part of this building of the future of education. So here's the code, so please go into it. Those are the numbers. That's the code. And we're going to ask you three questions. This is not going to be a test, but something like it. So I know that it's taking some time to load, but because everybody's going in at the same time, so it takes a little bit of time. But anyhow, whilst we get ready for this with these numbers, 18197825. Well, we're going to ask you the questions. And the first question: which one do you consider that can be your differentiated value of your research? A new product, a new service, a new knowledge? So that's the first question. And we're going to see what they tell us here. We're having technical issues. Okay, so I would say that in the distance they are helping us connect, because well, we have a problem here on the room in terms of the network or the Wi-Fi, but we have some answers, and they are saying new processes mostly, and well, in a lesser way, well, new products and new services. So I'm sure that well, remotely also worked, and yeah, remotely we have around 150 participants. And let's go to the next question whilst we get the Wi-Fi back on here on this room. The second question is, how can you provide a differentiated value to your research? And well, here we have some different prompts or options. What can be this differentiated value of the research? It can be, creating new knowledge, a research of a global product, that'll be the other one, working with a multidisciplinary team, or integrating technology on the design and the process. So how can we establish this differentiated value? So I see that we have some answers. Okay, so I see that we have some answers now. Okay, so how can we provide a differentiated value? And given that we don't have a Wi-Fi here in the room, we're going to just raise our hands. All right, so get ready for this. And we're also going to ask the cameras to, switch the cameras over to the audience so that we can see, the voting live, right? So this is innovation. So how can we provide a differentiated value? So raise your hand if you think that creating new knowledge that is based for this. Well, that would be great. So we have an answer there, and in the distance we have 8. Also, investigating from a global perspective. Well, here we have the business people, the market people, technology people, and also we have two votes remotely, and the other one is to working with a multidisciplinary team. And well, we agree with all of this, and I love this in terms of what we're saying here on this room and remotely. This is the one that had the best score, and the last one was to integrate technology on design and process. And yeah, well, it matches the room and the remote participants, right? So this is an open question, and this open question is where would you get or where would you get the support in order to get the differentiated value of your research? And we're going to open up the room for interventions. And Edgar, please do pass the mic around. But where would you get your support in order to find the differentiated value? So we're gonna wait for the answer. And who's going to raise their hand here? Andres, look where you're at. Okay, you're over there. So Andres, Colombia in the Savannah University. Where would you get your support in order to get the differentiated value of your research? Through innovation processes, specifically to bringing in technologies, but linked to innovation processes. Okay, sure. And Sergio Reyes, he's here with us. And where will you get this support, Sergio, for this differentiated value? Analyzing the experience of people that partake on this process. I don't know where we can get this metric or this, meaning for the experience in itself. Okay, all right. So you would get support from this metrics, and which metrics would those be? Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Sergio. Also, something very important to get the differentiated value of your research is to review what you have on literature, mostly what has been done and what hasn't been done, and to be very adamant in that part of your writing. We can say, hey, research has moved this way, but this hasn't been done, and even though I won't be able to solve it all with this uh, paper, I will contribute in such fashion. And then on future recommendations, we need to say, hey, we need to continue to work alongside this line. So perhaps this is where we can get differentiated value. Okay, thank you very much. And well, we do have these contributions, Andres, Sergio, Carolina, that talk about technology, metrics, and bibliographic references. And Rosa, go ahead from the Cantravia University. Sure, I would say that one of the things that I've learned in this years is to publish. It's not as difficult to publish papers, but it's important to have, transference. And we are talking about, we can write a paper. We are doing that as of now, but it's important whenever you design a research project to guarantee social transference, Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rosa. Sure, that transference that would allow us to establish this from publications themselves. Thank you very much, Rosa. And now, Ms. Rodez from Tech de Monterrey. Sure, yeah, it's on the same line as my previous peer, talking about social appropriation topics, transference, yes, but also from the perspective on when can people take ownership of this knowledge and make it their own from the subjective standpoint, yes, but also from an actionable standpoint in terms of social transformation. So this is also linked on how open they are and how are they working on this transference on ownership and to plan out these elements in order to create a differential value to everything. Okay, so transference, social ownership or appropriation, rather. Well, these are very important matters to mobilize knowledge. And now Juan Enciso from the Gado Business School of Tec de Monterrey. Thank you, Doctor. I'd say that we have a great responsibility on our shoulders on business schools in terms of the research that we perform so that it can contribute on what's going on in the markets, the challenge of the small and medium businesses that are struggling in many, many countries, and whenever they are linked to big companies and to global markets. So, in such fashion, this is the research of business schools and what we contribute to. Thank you very much, Juan. And we have some ideas, and we also got this remotely and here in this room. Well, how we can, contribute with, results, previous results and teams with originality and the state of the art analysis through multidisciplinary teams. And from that standpoint, we would like to wrap up this session of differentiated value with the same pictures and the same ideas that we had at the beginning, where we manifested what could be this differentiated value, how we can focus as individuals in this world, as responsible individuals. How can we focus on that differentiated value that will allow us to drop those walls if they're not physical walls, well, to drop those walls so that this knowledge, this generation that we are trying to drive, for them to get to that transformation of society towards new solutions, new answers to our challenges. All of the problems that we have in each and every one of our entities can be approached, and we can contribute from our position with something for this differentiated value. So this is my invitation for all of you so that you can focus on the differentiated value that you are creating so that we can drop those walls and to allow new generations to pursue their dreams and make them a reality. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to open up the room for a Q&A or comments so that we can then move forward towards our next session. Let's remember that this space is enriched by our participation. So let's make this session very enriching. So any questions that you have, go right ahead. Anybody with a question? And also remotely, right? We can get these questions through YouTube. So anyone with a question, go right ahead, please. Or comment. I mean, we were working on this, writing for the book or for the papers. Where are we were asking, where are we bringing in this differentiated value, or how we're going to incorporate this from the ideas that we have created here. So we have a question online. I'm going to ask this question. So can you give us a advice so that as a researcher you can highlight your differentiated value? The first advice is to review what has already been published and researched in our topic, and trying to find that central point and where can the frontier of knowledge allow us to take a step forward. So that'll be the first suggestion, the first advice, to go to the databases that we have, digital libraries, or libraries in ONU, UNESCO, PD, or OIC, the different reports that we can find, and to find where is the position and where it is that we want to head to. So, where is the topic at this point and where we want to take it? So, that'll be the first. And it's not the second advice is not one after the other, but they work at the same time. Well, where it hurts is where we're at. And what I mean by this is how we're doing within our country, where our focus and our attention should be placed, where it hurts the most, where from where we are at, and also from where our team's at, our multidisciplinary team's at, how can we contribute? So, according to technology and according to our environment, where we can find the challenges so that we can build better knowledge opportunities, and of course a better impact and a better transference to our environment. So I would say those are the two main ones. Okay, so people online are asking more questions, so people in this room, please don't fall behind. So we have another question: are there any trends in the kind of analysis that are preferred by journals, such as qualitative analysis, statistics, etc.? Okay, well, I love this because here in this room I have Mr. Francisco Javier Tejedor, my thesis director for the PhD, and in the Salamanca University, he taught us that research can be approached or seen from different methodology perspectives. Dr. Tejedor invited us to quantitative mostly, so this is an approach that we might have. Other professors also approached us through qualitative, and some others a mix. So here, in order to be able to visualize publications, well, magazines or journals in their norms, well, we see their scopus, their focus, and thus we can visualize what it is that they prefer. And some of them do state it. They state the methodology, a perspective that they are working and that they are trying to manifest. Some others, not so much. They just leave it as general, and they allow us to contribute with original contributions. And well, this is what most journals say. So, one of my suggestions is whenever we are working with research groups, it's to have a scopus, to have a focalization, and to validate what it is that the magazine or the journal is publishing, which methodology has already been published, that already went through the threshold of journal evaluators, in order to see in a much better way what they are telling us according to their norms, right? So we can see what has this journal published, what are the methodological focus and approach, to see if what we're trying to publish fits, right? But that shouldn't be a guideline of our study. My suggestion would be for the guideline should be the research question, as our the next speakers are going to tell us all about it, right? So your question should help you to see what's the methodology, the best one, if it's quantitative, qualitative, mixed, ethnographic. Okay, so the next question is, how can I make my research a differentiator in such a competitive academic world, right? Yeah, well, we are living in a competitive world in every sense of the word, and this competence can be taken as something positive in order to contribute with something that will allow us to provide an added value. And then once again, what can be your differentiator? Your differentiator is with your knowledge, with your capabilities, with what you know how to do, and your preparation. And this is a suggestion: never stop. Prepping yourself with new looks, with new methodologies, and with what we bring and the strength that our colleagues will help us with in order to create our research. This is where we can focalize something that's different, and something that will put us in a position that we can contribute not towards science only, but also towards the society that we're interacting with, right? So I would like to invite you with this, mm, for to see competitiveness as a challenge, but rather a lever, a drive, so that you can find new ways and perspectives to take a step forward in what we are trying to contribute with. Okay, and how can we contribute towards social appropriation of knowledge in order to provide this differentiated value? For the social appropriation of knowledge, well, we have many different perspectives. We know that there are different levels in social appropriation of knowledge, usage, transference, and mobilization, and doing something new. These are the different levels, and we as citizens and researchers, students, in order to contribute towards the social appropriation. Well, diffusion has a lot to do communication, working alongside communities to work with labs. Freire, who is in this very room with us, well, they helped us a lot and taught us a lot in the technology, in the communities of Tec de Monterrey, of citizen creation, and other methodologies such as workshops or this very bootcamp where we are building the future of education, and we are mobilizing in different levels this mobilization and social appropriation of knowledge so that we can transform with a new there's the society, right, towards the society. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else with one more question? Someone around here? Thank you. Okay, well, within research, how important is it, and how can you contribute towards research as such, but with review papers? Well, review papers, I consider them highly important because they allow us to map out and to, systematically review the literature. And well, this brought well a lot of work to the tech community, to review and to see the importance and what happens on the field of knowledge and how it has been approached from different standpoints. So this systematic mapping of literature contribute in such fashion, and our invitation for everybody that's doing this kind of David's publications, it's to ask ourselves interesting questions towards literature. So fortunately, right now the systems themselves can tell us where it has been, published on the magazines. What are the authors that are publishing regarding that? Which ones have gotten the best, quotes on different geographic entities? And we can see this in platforms such as Civil, but with the AI can do this, but never as a human being is to ask, the most interesting questions that can help us, create new knowledge in terms of what we're looking for in literature. So I would say that that's the best and biggest contribution that we can get in terms of, mapping and SLRs in order to be able to contribute towards knowledge and science. Thank you very much. Okay, and we're gonna wrap it up with this last question from Inez. She's a professor from Tec de Monterrey. Thank you very much. What would be your recommendation, Marisol, in order to avoid, nearsight, right? Because sometimes you don't see a value because you got used to it. So, what's your strategy? Well, the strategy, if it's linked with social appropriation of knowledge, right, to put it within a perspective, to put it under a different light, to work with, cooperation groups and our group, but mostly other groups. Networking is very important here in order to interact with our colleagues, to you know to spread the word and to put it within perspective within the communities. So this is where, diffusion of knowledge, well, to bring this to different populations, communities, that will allow us to interact and to create new knowledge from what we work upon. Because you are very right, we are so focused in our own topics that we can see that it's marvelous and super interesting, but this that's as far as we go. but other research groups, networking, populations, communities where we are interacting at, well, they can provide us the light in order to avoid, in short sightedness. Okay, well, thank you very much. And Marisol, you take the applause from Antonio and Jose, and for Marisol, a big round of applause for this session. And starting our sessions, well, going to take our first coffee break, and we're going to get the instructions from our host. Good morning, everybody. The coffee break is right outside from where you came in, just straight ahead, and it's exactly on the other side. 11:30 on the dot. We'll get started once again. Thank you. Please remain silent and we'll get started with our next session. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Oh, okay, not yet. The emotion got the best of me. Okay, perfect. So thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to have this space with each and every one of you. And I'm sorry I got ahead of myself. Emotion got the best of me. If you know me, you know that's the way that I am. Well, first and foremost, I would like to start with asking you who here is a postgraduate student. Okay, raise your hands. Okay, perfect. Okay, well, thank you. Who here is a researcher that it's barely getting started as a junior, or it's starting writing his or her first texts? Okay, all right, perfect. Well, the thing is that is a colleague over there that I said, hey, what's going on? So who here has over 10 Scopus JSR articles published? Okay, all right, well, thank you very much. So who here doesn't have a problem creating a theoric framework? Who here says, well, that's very easy for me? Okay, all right. One of the most important aspects of it all is how to get started. And that's a question that we all get whenever we create a theoric framework, mostly when we have discussed a topic a lot, because this topic has been discussed so much that you say, hey, how can I state this in a different light in order to keep it interesting, but more than anything, original. So every more now and then, journals are more interested in originality, and originality can be found on the theoric framework, not only on what you state, but how you can add more things and to use more references. Because you can say, hey, I've been working on this topic for 10 years using these references, and if you want to publish 2 or 3 papers per year, it's complicated. So originality, it's a great way to answer this question, and that's what we want to state today. My peer, and it's an honor to have her here, my dear Anna. And today we are going to talk a little bit about theoric frameworks and the importance of interdisciplinarity. Okay, so the topic is now on the screen. Mm, Above the frontier, multidisciplinarity and cooperation networks as a new horizon for research and educational innovation. So I'll start with this slide just to tell you what we understand as frontier research, because we're going to discuss this topic quite a lot. And after our dear Marisol that spoke about this and has shown this graphically, I think that it's easy to understand what's a border or a frontier, mostly a knowledge border. So this is quite simple, and I wanted to show this slide for all of us to be on the same page for this presentation. And frontier or border studies identify or analyze knowledge that it's on the limit, right? Knowledge that's on the border of the knowledge, right? So this knowledge that you say, hey, this is as far as we've come, but there's always a chance to take another step, right? So what else? Usually these are state of the art studies, and one of the ways that we are going to state today is that this frontier or this border is not necessarily limits to a specific discipline. Sometimes this frontier is exposed by a discipline, but we can go above it through another. And this is why multidisciplinarity is so important. Frontier research opens up a lot of opportunities for research, and it invites academics to go above of what's known about the topic, right? So I would like to leave the floor to my peer. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your invitation, for being here, saying hi to so many people. Marisol, who is our referent, and well, to know new people within our network, right? So whenever I was assigned to this topic, well, I said, "Hey, what's up? All this about frontier research? Where are the frontiers in knowledge?" And we have seen a physical border or a frontier in Mexico that moves us inside and sometimes scares us and makes us cry. Well, in knowledge, well, we don't have this frontier, these borders. And on the other hand, I was, thinking how to go above these artificial borders that are being imposed to us from management or administration, such as knowledge areas and what have you. And I took upon myself the challenge to think about this frontier research and what I can contribute to with people that are creating theoretical frameworks. It's hard on me. I have been working for many years, and I think that it's sometimes hard to reinvent yourself. But anyhow, we are going to discuss all of this, and I certainly hope that it's useful, that it has usefulness for the audience and for people that are partaking on this. So, the first thought in terms of frontier research, is to think what's the knowledge limit. And my starting point is that every time we have more people, sometimes humanity has more knowledge as a whole, but also we have also more lack of knowledge of many other things, right? And we see this very clear on people that spend our lives in technology. We know more as time goes by, and we are much more aware as time goes by about the things that we do not know. So it's a marathon, and you would never reach your goal because things continue to change, and the lack of knowledge is brutal, and mostly in a society that's so that flows so much, that is ever changing, where uncertainty it's king, right? So the knowledge limits, it's what we think whenever we think about knowledge. And we know more about this in this lack of knowledge, but also how we research methodologies, and methodologies that reinvent ourselves or that look for interdisciplinarity in such fashion. It tells us that there's different ways of creating knowledge there, where quantitative and qualitative references, a mix of them. And as Marisol stated, I would say that what's on the baseline, it's the purpose that we have, the research that we have, and it's not the same whenever we have a proximity research, and this is proximity commerce. Whenever we are creating a research in a very close by context, working with different agents and having a case study, well, this brings us to know reality, and this is as important as creating a quantitative study of thousands or millions of with humans or machines or what have you. So at the end of the day, what looks for a methodology or trying to find novelty and to continue to perform research, this is our also our goals. And I would say that we are at a point in time where we are trying to connect further, and in the context that we are living in, to be able to transfer what we investigate and what we produce, our designs, our new models, our new strategies, for them to be useful for society, and in order to start with our closer society and our closest context. And if we are capable of creating something new, or to approach a great knowledge, then we are going to take advantage of that on any researcher across the world, because that's why we live in a globalized world, and why we publish and we read each other and we create communities. So I'll try to go a bit faster, because anyhow, we are under this bringing this collaboration network, and creating this network. So this was one of the purposes, and it's one of the purposes of this goal, to create this collaboration networks. But if I were to ask you, who of you is in a research network? Well, I'm sure that everybody will raise your hands if I were to ask who is into networks. Many of you is going to raise your hand. If I were to ask who is in three, well, we're going to still see some hands raised. So all of us are well aware. Is there anybody here that it's not in any research networks? Nobody raised their hands, so everybody is in a corporation network, a research network. Why? Because it is a need, right? And we can say, hey, I am a free thinker. No, we work in a network, and these networks also look for interdisciplinarity, and we are going to see why. What's interdisciplinarity, or why today, or even in educational laws that have been passed in Spain? Well, why we want to value more researchers that work in a multidisciplinary fashion. And we need to take this into account, and this needs to be taken into account by young researchers. And this should be a goal. This networks, well, sometimes we have networks within our field. I belong to a network that is a university network for technology, and we are all technology professors for educational technology, and it works for us because we create projects and we create contacts. But well, we also need to create networks where we can have other kind of people partaking, where we can work from different disciplines. And what's the purpose? The purpose is to approach or tackle complex problems, and that's how research should be. Research shouldn't be guided by what's easy to research. And I was talking about this with a peer from Salamanca, and that they're here in this room as well. We sometimes say, hey, which research should we do? Something that's easy, because getting ourselves or painting ourselves into a corner is going to take us more time. We're going to find more walls, more, I don't know how many permits we need. So let's do things the easy way, and it shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't state we should state challenges, where we should say, hey, let's research problems that are relevant, that will allow us to improve reality in a local way, in a globalized way. And so that's a purpose, to approach problems within all their complexity. The problems that we have are quite complex, and if we comprise teams where we find people from different disciplines, we are going to have much more possibilities of thinking better. And what do I mean by thinking better? To tackle more, to be able to take into account the whole complexity. Whenever we talk about complex thought, well, here, taking into account the amount of different perspectives from where a problem can be tackled, and finding solutions to that problem. And well, this is worked from school, sometimes looking, by work through projects, including all disciplines in a project, even, the high standing university researchers creating multidisciplinary teams. Well, you can go beyond, right? So I will comment on the experience that we are working with my research group, who are all here as well. Well, working with a company, and the company's foundation that has allowed us to transfer what we know about digital competence, how to work with digital competence, to a concrete program that has been spread through Spain by many autonomous communities and many educational centers. And we are right now on the assessment stage, and we are working with people that are very different from us, graphic designers, company employees. But without this cooperation, this project wouldn't have been able to be carried out. So how can we, above all the limits that we sometimes feel that we all have, working with others and comprising communities with different skills? So we do have skills in order to, research and to propose, and they have other skills that complement us a lot, right? So This will allow us to approach much more complex problems, complementary insights into reality, because all of us, we look at reality from what we know, what we have studied, our own way of expressing ourselves. Sometimes it's difficult on multidisciplinary teams to understand each other. So, what do I understand by a competence, and what do you understand? So, communication, sometimes it's difficult. So these are, challenges, and well, we try to certainly tackle them. So truth of the matter is that this transference between sciences, it's already happening, and a very clear example, it's a matter of biotechnology, not because it has to do with education, but thinking about things that have nothing to do with education. Well, they will open up, a proximity pathways, reading about architecture. Well, you can say, hey, I'm going to take this to the classroom, to educational processes, and I can find its relation, right? So we can see how the biology field has advanced through biotechnology, and now it is a field on itself. It's now placed in the syllabus, right? And what has happened in the last few years? Well, this is a multidisciplinary. And well, sometimes this turns out to be very eye catching, right? How far can technology and biotechnology go? How, in order to create plants in a crystal jar, right? So this is so eye catching visually, that perhaps that's the stimuli that we can keep in terms of this. Right. So also, I would like to take advantage of my time here to talk to you about two networks that I have experience in, and I am committed to that, and also to let to showcase them as multidisciplinary networks. Retim, well, it's a network that was formed in Spain, which is a network of networks. Here in Retitne, we have brought up people from several networks in terms of education. We have networks that are more for diversity, others for technology, and we are practically represented on this network. And in this network, we have all networks that have to do with education in Spain. We have scientific associations, and what's most interesting about this network is that different from other networks that are much more single topic, where we have a seminar per year, and that's where they showcase research results. Well, here we try to work alongside public administrations in order to try to reduce the gap that we have in terms of the decision makers and the researchers. Researchers sometimes find ourselves in the situation that there is a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of research, and whenever we take decisions nationally, autonomous organisms or educational centers, well, this knowledge is not truly explored, and the educational knowledge is not explored. So in this network, we want to transfer what's in researched, and um, professional networks, administrations, etc. Right? So another network that I would like to mention, talking about that, collaboration networks also try to open up the borders. Well, is this network that I've had the pleasure to coordinate for many years, and now another research group has been doing this, but it's another network because they exchange management, because it's a democratic horizontal network. But what's so nice about this network is that, besides other networks that I partake, is that, well, you can build knowledge between the 12 research centers, national, and well, we have all of this from Spain, and collaboration networks in Spain, and we work together in order to get financing for other networks. So we have open knowledge right now And we have all this matter about open science and citizen labs. And this is very interesting because research centers sometimes feel quite small, but if you are part of a network, first you have many contacts that work for many things more than beyond research, but it also allows us to develop joint projects where other groups have more skills, more knowledge regarding other topics. So I wanted to showcase these networks as contacts that we can have with other networks, and those create much more multi networks. What are the challenges of this multidisciplinary team in corporation networks knowledge? Well, if you have experience of working interdisciplinarily, well, I'm sure that you have felt one of the problems or challenges that arise. As I stated before, communication. Well, we need to speak a common language between, educators and reporters, people from companies, people from universities, etc., and also amongst universities and people that work on child education, elementary, junior high. Well, those are very different worlds. And sometimes you can get, tensions of trying to understand each other, individual tensions that we carry in our looks, right? So these are the challenges. Each and every one of us has its own epistemological approaches, how to create knowledge. So it's different. A elementary professor and a university professor, do we understand the same thing? Can we have scientific knowledge from practice? Well, all of this is discussed whenever you get together with people from other disciplines, from other fields, resistance to change, right? And sometimes you feel okay working with your methodology, and if you need to change, well, we all need to make an effort in order to get out of our comfort areas. Perhaps I need to study some other things, how to know reality from different perspectives, and of course how to make researchers complement each other and not to create tensions between what's the function of one or the other. And sometimes, well, in groups, this kind of things happen, right? So I was told, hey, we need to give tips, we need to give recipes or something for researchers. And well, this were my tips or my advices, or what I state that we should take into account in order to create this research multidisciplinary groups, members with different skills. We are not interested that everybody's the same or very similar in a research group. We are going to look for people from communication or psychology, people that contribute with new visions, a flow in communication. Well, we need to have a mutual respect amongst researchers from different disciplines, and we need to be clear on what's the goal, because at the end of the day, we want to define all of this clearly, where it is that we want to head to, and everybody is going to contribute as much as they can. And this flexibility to adapt to other research methods, to adapt to different ways of looking at reality without, think losing prestige or taking prestige from others. So these are ideas: open cooperation, resource wise, data wise. And this might seem easy, but people sometimes have a hard time sharing. These are the hard facts, and we need to be generous so that we can all move forward and we can take advantage of each other in the best sense of the word, right? And in order for that to happen, we need to share. And it's easy to say, but well, perhaps not everybody. And we need to have a institutional support or financing in order to create these teams and to support, researchers, for researchers to have no obstacles and to rather have a help, right? And also, well, I have not allowed you to speak. No, don't worry about that at all. Well, no, I'm sorry. No, don't worry about that. Well, I was told that I could, talk as much as I wanted, and it's not true. No, I haven't said anything. So no, that's just you. Okay, so I would like to have this very important information that Anna has shared with us to take it to writings. So your text, each and every one of you is working in a possible, book chapter or in an article. So how can we take interdiscipline or multidiscipline to our articles, to our text? And we have created this little model. It's not the big deal, and I apologize for that, but it is a guideline when writing, right? So we had said that this is, educational innovation, and we like to, put letters to everything here at Tech, but this is a guideline whenever we are going to sit down to write. So one of the things which is the focal point of this talk is this idea of shared theoric frameworks. Why shared? Because it needs to have a vision from both disciplines. A theoric framework, it's complicated on it by itself, and you would say that making it shared would increase its complexity. But no, let me tell you something. It's easier. Shared frameworks should share a brief introduction that would showcase what are the disciplines that are being tackled on the study. Then afterwards, we need to review literature, such as any other theoretical framework. But what's interesting here is that we can have a mixture between both disciplines, because you expect that for this theoretical framework, it's a reference framework of the disciplines that are being stated as a baseline. This will allow you to integrate references that perhaps you're not used to use that, or perhaps journals that you don't even read, and that's so cool, right? Because you are always in the danger that you are using the same 20 references of the same journals that you always have within harm's reach. Then you are opening up yourself to the possibility of doubling your references. Something that's very important in a multidisciplinary theoric framework, it's the trends of both disciplines. So we are on, frontier studies, and what would be ideal, not to state only one frontier but also the other one, right? In this case, the innovation in education, but other one, if you're including robotics, well, I turn to my robotics peer and I automatically need to say what's the knowledge frontier on that discipline as well, right? So the theoretical framework, after 4 or 5 articles, it's hard for you to, state. Now you have a fan of new possibilities. Even though we want to talk about the theoretical framework, we are not going to stall it here. We're going to talk also about methodology. And if you are going to state one, well, it's important for you to think about the different methodologies of each and every one of them, right? So this opens up the possibility that would create studies that perhaps in engineering you would use, right? And this will create the originality of the text. And perhaps this is a methodology that has never been thought about for, social sciences. And methodology should be, fed through this multidisciplinarity. I was talking with some of my peers, and they were saying, "Hey, discussion is what I struggle with the most." Well, discussions happen on by themselves, because well, what's most important is to state the findings, but you're not going to keep the findings only for education innovation, but also the findings from the other discipline, and they feed into each other, and thus this discussion is much more versatile. So if you are proposing a article that has a multidisciplinary, we want to see it on the theoretical framework, but also on discussion. And this brings us to the new topic, which are, conclusions. And instead of wrapping it up by saying, hey, this study or what this contributes to educational innovation, we also hope for this, right? And you can see the contributions on the text, which is theoretical contributions, practical contributions, and you lately some journals are requesting social contributions, right? And this should be alongside contributions and the possible research lines. And you know what's best about multidisciplinarity on the future research lines? You can say, hey, this discipline has been included, but this other one has not, right? So new possibilities open up, right? I see some colleagues that say, hey, I don't know what to write about, and they look at different areas. Well, multidisciplinarity allows us to open uh, co-authorships, and perhaps you would say that perhaps you wouldn't have worked on that before. So this opportunity that we have of having breakfast and dinner with people from other universities that don't do the same thing as we do, it's great because this allows us to do something like what's on screen. So time is a miss, but so okay, so I should just, yeah, so change my slide. So this is the example. I know that if I would need to explain something when, well, I have a cipher sheet, the social university complexity, where we have developed a methodology, and this is the SEL4C. And through this model, we develop social entrepreneurship projects and complex thought. And this is a methodology, and I am very passionate about this. And well, this is something that's very nice for us. And well, if you know me, you know what I do and who I am. But Cell 4C, it's a great example of multidisciplinarity, because something that happens to me is, hey, but did you study business? And I say, no, I'm a psychologist and I am also an attorney. So be wary, right? I'm sorry, I had to be something wrong. Had I had to have, right? But they tell me, hey, are you entrepreneur? And I say, hey, no, I'm not. But how can you how are you working on a social entrepreneurship field? Well, this is why we have multidisciplinarity. This is this is upbringing. This creates formation and training, and that's a field where I play. But I also work with my colleagues on the business area. Of course I do that. That's super important, because this is interdisciplinarity modality, and thus, and obviously it would be weird to having a model and not applying it. And this is the way that we see things. We have a shared theoric framework, and if you see some of the articles of SEL4C, we talk about business, but we also talk about how we can create competences in terms of social entrepreneurship and complex thought. We also talk about common methodologies. We talk about a methodology that focuses on complex thoughts, but we also have an instrument that measures competences that are linked to the profile of the social entrepreneur. I not only want to create complex thought agents, but also change agents. Obviously, we have a integrated discussion, and I'm sorry, I'm self-promoting for you to see my articles, but you're going to find a discussion where we have a business mix. And if it was only social innovation, you might say, hey, what's going on here, right? Because you would be talking about something that's a different area. And obviously our conclusions are mixed as well. But where I'm coming from and where I wanted to contribute, and don't worry about time, we're doing great time wise, is how we can take this to your research. Let's remember that the intent of these lectures is for you to acquire tools. Why? Because at night, whenever you go back to your rooms, right, you're gonna say, "Hey, yeah, sure." You're gonna say, "Of course," but we need to wait up after dinner when you are all freshened up, and for you to come to the realization, especially if you had some wine. Of course, if there's wine, then that'll be better. So, who didn't write a theoretical framework last night after our lecture, right? So, what I'm talking about here is that possibly tomorrow or the day after tomorrow you're going to be in your institutions and you're going to say, hey, what should I write about, and what's the next chapter? Well, that the model's right there. Take this model and think, who have you spoken with, which area do they belong to, how can they contribute with originality and diversity in what I do, right? As Anna stated before, we don't work in an isolated fashion. So look at this school, it's wonderful, but we don't see people, behind closed doors just discussing with themselves. No, I mean, it's great to talk to each other. It's wonderful to go to the bathroom here, even, right? Haven't you noticed, right? If you go to the bathroom and you don't get inspired with such a view, then you are lost, right? So what I'm coming from is that we are building networks, and the networks should be visualized here in our texts, in our speech, in our day in day out as researchers. Why? Because at the end of the day, and just to wrap it up, well, we are creating frontier science, and you know what? Limits are not placed by us. Limits, what? Okay, well, I hope that I have contributed a bit, and I hope that everything that we gave you was useful. Okay, so let's start with the Menti, and you know that this is very, very interesting. So we have started with some questions, just as like the previous session. Let me just wait 30 seconds. The internet is not working, so perhaps we can just vote on it, and we just take the questions. Menti code, it's 57333660. Please cooperate with all of this. Let's partake in this. The Menti code is 57333660. While you're looking at the question, I'm sure that you have had some problems in terms of the internet connection. So let's do this old school, raising our hands. This always works. And if you cannot raise your hand, let's see what we do. But based on your experience, then what's the main obstacle whenever you work in a team, in multidisciplinary team? So let's raise our hands. So the institutional, it's what's most important. Resources. It's not that we don't want to do things, but it's not easy for us. So that's why. So who here considers that the biggest problem is communication? So okay. So over at the back, okay. So we want to share. Okay, sharing goals. Okay, okay. That's great. And three, flexibility to adapt to different way of thinking. All right. So who here thinks it's a challenge to adapt ourselves to ways of thinking? Here we should perhaps ask why. How is it interpreted? I don't know if you would like to explain why you selected this option. Well, the flexibility to adapt. If someone here would like to explain why you selected this option. Hello, thank you very much for this presentation that has, made me reflect on all of this. And one of the main obstacles that I see is that whenever we work in a team, in a research project, well, we have many standpoints from different perspectives. They can be technological, pedagogic, or innovation. And getting into an agreement in terms of which one is going to be the most important one, well, many times it turns into this, the learning curve for a team. So this is why I would say that flexibility to thinking that when it should be agile but it's not going to be simple can be an interesting topic for those of us that are starting on a research career, and that's why it is such a challenge. Yeah, sometimes, well, we are on our schemes and our way of analyzing, and sometimes, well, we have a hard time understanding other visions. Well, I would like to talk about democratization within teams, something that creates a lot of division when you work with others. It's a matter on how important is a role or a specific or a specific responsibility, because information exchange doesn't take place because someone doesn't know what's their place on the team, and this has to do on how we discuss or share information. So in order to foster a healthy information exchange, you should have or provide everybody with a role, and to establish that properly. So that's part of the flexibility that teams should have. And we need to do away with all of those preconceptions that we have in terms of not being open, and to be able to establish those aspects. So that'll be my 2 cents. Thank you. Yeah, well, that was highly interesting, because every member of a group should feel important and should have a specific role, right? What's expected from you, how you're going to share, what is generated on the group for you to have this, transparency that it's not always found, right? Yeah, the presentation is great. I've had a great time and I have learned a lot, right? So, in terms of this relation, well, I would say that, well, this is the one with the highest vote, and the three most important ones have to do with, professionality. And, well, if it's not properly discussed, well, that'll be detrimental to communication, right? So, We need to look into the way that we value the quality of education and the role that we provide to journals as a channel of this knowledge products, a way that the work is recognized professionally in terms of merit. In my own take, it's not compatible with the methodology or the new way of working that we are trying to foster. So I would say that the frontier thought should be questioned, and we also should question the framework where we need to play, right? So we need to think outside the box, right? Because we can ask researchers to make an effort on the first, the second, or the third, but researchers need to play in a field that would adapt to social demands in this new way of cooperative knowledge creation. And it is why it's so important for deans and everybody to personally get involved in these matters. Of course, I mean, tell me who here does not belong to an institution. So that's what's in our minds, and this is what we should take in this kind of events, right? And to change the institution, because institution is us. Now we are going to go to the next question. Uh, I do have a concern on what Antonio just mentioned that has to do to think outside the box. The capability of being creative, it's a skill that it's needs to be created, right? So we need to perfect it, and I would say that multidisciplinary work makes us to have to receive programs. And I will say that multidisciplinary work also puts us in a position where we need to work together in a better fashion within our diversity. And it's also great for us to dare to do things differently, who we hadn't talked with, the way that we don't see problems usually, right? So it's important for us to create new skills for our own growth, even. So, as a comment, I would say that this thinking outside the box should be a continuous thought, not only when I'm in the multidisciplinary meeting or when I'm cooperating with the network. No, day in, day out, we need to bring in new things, right? Yeah, well, that's our challenge and the support that we have. Well, we need also to, change the work framework and to change to change the framework. Basically, yeah. Hello, I am from the educational department in the Cantabria University, but you have talked about something that's very interesting. But I would say that there is a misconception here. We assume that the starting point is the archipelago of disciplines, right? What's natural is to have many disciplines, but it's the other way around. If we're talking about complex thought, there's only one unit, which is the world, and this is where different disciplines come from. So what we're stating is how to go back to the initial state of knowledge, and this is an integrating vision. And in such fashion, perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself, but I have a question. Given all of these presentations, if we are not talking about intersubjectivity more than transdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, if we're talking about the frontier of knowledge and to go beyond, well, it is important for us. To think about theoretical frameworks, but something much more deep, that it's the paradigm on which we are building this theoretical frameworks. We're thinking about, formation and education from an industrial perspective, right? And we also talk about, society 4.0, but, culturally speaking, this is different from what it's been for in the last couple of centuries. So we need to think not only outside the box, but we need to think beyond that, and it has to do with knowledge, and we can get authentic information, but the leap towards knowledge, and we are interested in that. It requires experience, and experience is adamant. And in such fashion, I would say that we should not only think about the social dimension and what we're doing, but this is the starting point, anthropologically speaking, because this is the human world. And also, as the previous peer stated, it's important to have a bringing in curiosity and creativity. This is adamant on the educational world. So, university allows us to follow work methodologies, and we think that we are researchers just for that. But to be a researcher is to create new ideas, and this means to go over information. And what's previous about that? Well, to think about critical thought. So the only thing that can create consistency to the interdisciplinary vision, it's to have some time for thought, not only thinking about common theoretical frameworks, but what's before that, what's the problem, where are we coming from, where are disciplines heading to, right? Because well, we should think on what needs to be done, what we know, and what we know about what we don't know, right? And this is very important. And in education, we have a very important field, and we need to have a hybrid between physical and virtual. But we need to go deeper. We need to save the human experience as the framework for knowledge, right? And this is what's most important for education. Thank you very much. Well, we are going to move forward, and you know that the presentations are online, and Anna and yours truly would be delighted to answer all of your questions. Add us to LinkedIn, and we can discuss anything there. We are here at your disposal for this next question, and what's next is to see how the building networks is what's going to allow us to move forward with this multidisciplinary matters. And this is an open question, and we would like to know your views on all of this. Which strategies can be used in order to include multidisciplinarity on the theoretical framework of a research? Jose Carlos has been discussing this, but perhaps there are some other ideas from the audience, and perhaps we can complement each other. Yeah, because this is the matter that have us has us here, right? So this one, what we're saying is just a perspective. I don't know if we still have time for a Q&A based on this last question, or if there's any additional questions that you would like to externalize, taking advantage of. Okay, so we have been told that we only have time for one question. So any question that you would like to externalize, right? So here I am, offering you, Anna. Yeah, no, don't worry. We are creating networks, so let's go ahead and network. We still have dinner and supper, so we can certainly discuss this further. So we have theoretical frameworks, statistics, different perspectives, creating a focus group, researchers. All of this is very interesting, of course. And well, to use authors from different disciplines, cooperations, and yeah, at the time with the institutions, pros and cons. And well, we do not know about what, but cooperative work, uh, talking about the contributions and particularity of each and every one of the members, what you were saying about working together, the design thinking, the systematic reviews, open up, virtual and real spaces to solve a complex matter in a society. And well, these are ways of including this perspective. and to work with others, to look at other disciplines. Sometimes, if we are in education, well, it seems that we're only focusing on education, and perhaps it's only that we need to include in our theoretical, frameworks, other keywords that perhaps have to do more with other disciplines. But thank you very much for your cooperation. And if you took away something interesting from this talk, then that'd be great. And let's network, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. I know that the number of followers and the likes of Dr. Ana Maria and Jose Carlos have increased substantially. So please, let's give them a big round of applause. Please get ready for the next presentation, which title is Implementing Methods and Strategies for High-Level Interdisciplinary Research. On behalf of Dr. Karina Soledad Gonzalez from the University of La Laguna and Dr. Genaro Zavala from Tech de Monterrey. So we're going to get started in 2 minutes. So thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Hello, how are you? Good afternoon now. It is now the afternoon. Well, as we have been introduced, we have Karina Gonzalez and yours truly, Genaro Zavala, to give you this short presentation where the reality of many of the topics that we have were already been approached on the previous presentation. We do believe that we can contribute a bit more. We are going to go a bit further. So let's get started. Thank you very much. Okay, so first and foremost, thank you very much for having us here on this forum, on this center in this red in this community. in this group that we have created. And well, here we are going to talk about, the methodology, the strategies, and this interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary matters that arose our interest on the previous presentation. And, going back to the debate, and one of the last thoughts that were placed, has to do with how we look at this knowledge object. And my peer was talking about going back to the source. What do we need to think before going to this multidisciplinary methodology? And we need to go what's fundamental. And fundamental has to do with the fact that we all see to this object from our disciplines, thinking that our standpoint is the one that determines reality and truth, right? So, what are these looks, right? So, and I went back to the fabule that I'm sure many of you already heard, already know, this Indian story about the researchers or about these blind men that were discussing each and every one of them. They were discussing to see which was the wisest one of them, but they didn't know the elephant. And then they found the elephant, and each one of them stumbled upon it. One grabbed the ear, the other the tail, the other the eye, and everybody had their own knowledge about the elephant that they were studying, right? And then what was best of all is that each and every one of them left and thinking that they had known the truth, what was reality, and that the other person was who was mistaken. And I would say that this happens to us whenever we're working in multidisciplinary researches, and also people that don't work on researchers, but defending a multidisciplinary paper is one of the most important challenges that there are. And to publish a multidisciplinary study and to be assessed by as credit agencies and even by our own peers in different areas, well, it's very complicated. This is one of the challenges that we face. And even though all the laws are being placed on the assessments that are going to value, well, the truth is that this is still a challenge. And thus, knowing that this works like that, and that I sometimes have trouble, convincing my doctorate students that they need to learn that whenever they're going to talk with another colleague and they say, hey, no, 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 this isn't valid because the sample size is not significative. And you say, hey, we're going to look at this. So, what's the paradigm? We're going to see which paradigm we are talking from. What's our problem? What's our object of study? So we need to understand that there are several. And even though at the beginning you have asked how many of you are starting, how many have many years in this, many articles here, well, here we have a diversity, and we are going to enriching ourselves from these experiences that we have on this multidisciplinarity. But paradigms and research approaches are different, and thinking about the paradigm that we have or the paradigm from where we are looking at our elephant, well, is going to make us think about some things or others. So we can think about positivity and the phenomenological paradigm, the buzz or the being positive, or the critical and fundamental. And then we can talk about our other things, but this answer different research questions. And at the same time, these are different research problems, complex problems. And whenever we face complex problems, then things get interesting, right? We also need to look at different approaches. They can be quantitative, qualitative, or mixed, but complex problems do require mixed research approaches. But then, which factors are going to determine what's our investigation paradigm. So if we ask this, well, this is also an important matter, or should we just go and touch the elephant and think that it's the ear when we're touching the leg, right? So as my peer was saying, let's go back to the philosophy or epistemology, what's most important. So what's the nature of our research problem? What are those research questions? What are our goals? And something that's important research wise, if the limits don't exist, and that thought got all the way to my heart. Now in research, we need to have a thesis that we need to turn in, and we have some resources, and we have times and constraints, and we have limitations, and thus we cannot approach it all, right? We need to understand how it is that we're going to tackle our research, and all of this is going to determine the paradigms and the focuses that we need, right? So just to make a very quick comparison, and because well, and to get there, because the idea, we need to think about reflection, and then what we're going to place in an article, because that's important. Well, if we go to the most positive approach, the research questions are different, and this answers to quantitative approaches, and we need to have variables, and we need to compare these variables. The sample does have to be representative, because we are looking to generalize these thoughts. The search and the purpose, they are all different, right? So we go to the qualitative approaches, and we are going to talk about intersubjectivity, and we're going to study the phenomena, and we are not trying to generalize. We are studying this object in this context, and we are trying to interpret these results in a different fashion. So the questions are different, and the methodology is different as well. But if we go to the positive paradigm, and this is just a brief overview, because please understand that, well, we are going to ask the questions later on. Don't forget about that. Well, we are going to talk about much more complex phenomena in this quantitative and qualitative methodology, and also the theoretical critical one. If we go to research and innovation on education research, well, many of you will know that the researcher is now a observer, a professor, and they're trying to improve their practice and foster self-reflection, and this is valid, of course. And sometimes I see people in conferences saying, well, where is the generalization? Where is your representative sample? If you have done this with your own students. So we're asking, where are we standing, basically? So that's what's most important. And where are we going to place all of this? Well, in our research questions. And then this will allow us to define, our methodology, our instruments, our answers, right? And this is on in the theoretical framework. And after that, well, this is what comes. So I would say that the question and purposes come before, but then this can be applied for the definition of what we are doing, right? So let's move forward, and this is as a summary, and just remembering our great friend and Alejandro Valenzuela. Well, I recommend his book, the book regarding the methodology for educational research, and well, stating why are we doing the things is going to determine what we are going to do next, and determine our paradigms, right? So we need to determine why we're doing, and what's the purpose, and then the method, right? And remembering Gaudi, well, we need to first put the heart on it, and then the methodology, right? So now, I would like to ask you guys a question, and please just raise your hand if you want to partake on this, if you want to participate on this. If you were to have to categorize your research, or frame your research? Can you classify, or which paradigm can you find it? Is it positivism, phenomenological, positivist, theoretical, critical, or some other one? So raise your hand if you would like to intervene on the doctoral thesis that you are creating, or a specific research project. Okay, so do you have that in mind now? Positive. Is there anybody here that's a positivist, quantitative? I would say that here we are on the post positivism, right? Okay, so we are going to move forward with post positivism, and we are very positive. So just be aware of that, right? Okay, so saying this, I would like to tell you about the researchers or projects that we have created and how we approach different projects for a very complex problem of a research problem that was brought from a problem that was created in society. We're talking about social transference, economic transference, and I have an example of a project that I led in the Canadian University, but we also worked alongside the Brial um, project. And what was the problem? Well, the problem was child obesity. This is a problem that's a worldwide problem that's increasing, and treatments, outpatient treatments, well, they were not working, and thus, how could we design a intervention program using gamification, utilizing motor games and video games from a multidisciplinary vision. We work with hospitals, we work with colleges, with educators, with the centers of public health, psychologists, educators, people from physical education. And even though it doesn't look like it, I come from computer science, right? So we have discussed all the applications, and well, we had to design this, and this is just a chart, but we have many articles regarding this, and I have highlighted some of them, where of course we had to define this pre-intervention, and this was an intervention that we developed for 3 years. It was a measurement on the short, medium, and long term, with a sample that we had to select of people and children that were diagnosed with child obesity in the hospital, but that they were not diagnosed, but they already presented indicators on the schools, right? So we created intervention tools and what have you. And well, you might be picturing now the complexity that we were under, and we had to assess variables with the medical instruments of education, change of nutrition, of habit. It was a very complex matter of instruments and readings, right? And I won't go over this because we have many other things to talk about, but well, a lot of things regarding the approach of the quantify self, right? So what we can get from wearable devices, or we can measure this during the whole intervention that we had, the physical intervention that we could carry out on different moments and so forth, but it was complex, right? So we were to measure different emotions and goals, and we were reading goals, and that we have the sentiment analysis, but we have the subjective ones, and all the qualitative and change of conduct in a family, in children. And well, it was complex, and then to develop the whole intervention, and video games and applications and all that. applying machine learning and different tools. A project, as you can tell, this is a multidisciplinary team. And if you were to ask me, I can tell you all about it later on. But here comes a problem. In order to answer to a social problem, the health problem that's existing, and this has to do, with education, yes, but also it has to do with technology and many other variables, right? So having this interdisciplinary problem, a complex one, well, here I would like to leave you with a question for you to understand how it is that we look at, strengths and the weaknesses of our own research, right? So, and I'm going to answer this question myself in order to save some time because we're going to debate and discuss this further. But think in your own research, and as Anna was saying, well, sometimes we always look at things from the complexity of, and we look at technology complexity is educational, is the impact that we have at a medical level. And where do we place our emphasis the most? How do we create this balanced research, right? That's the strength. And what's the weakness, right? So we need to take into account all of these disciplines, and well, in that case, we were all professionals. We all needed to publish on every field, right? So this, what I'm telling you, it's a way of contributing, but also we need to identify our focus, and then all the fields need to contribute to their field of knowledge individually, but their field as well. If not, I wouldn't have been assessed positively either, right? So in their field and in their research, well, we need to think about what we're doing and how we can do things in a better fashion. And then I would leave the floor to my peer Genaro so that he can move forward. Okay, well, Karina was showcasing a very good example on what interdisciplinarity is. I will talk a little bit about the interdisciplinary approaches. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what was discussed in the previous presentation. So, what's a multidisciplinary research? That'll be the first question. How can we know that it is a multidisciplinary research, the one that we're conducting? So all of these questions that you might have, well, we are going to approach them as of now. What's a multidisciplinary approach? Well, it has to do with knowledge integration, and knowledge integration in order to be able to solve a complex problem that could not be solved by a single discipline, by a single disciplinary approach, right? So this is a complex matter, and in this bootcamp, we certainly talk about, complex thought, and this is the complex problem and how we can solve it through multidisciplinary approaches. The focus recognizes limitations of disciplines, and this is important. What Karina was saying, I'm sure that in that work that they did, that they didn't think about the details of the interaction that they had with the technicians and educators and technologists. Each and every one of them need to understand what are the limitations of each and every one of their disciplines and how they can approach such a big problem. So whenever gathering experts from different disciplines, multidisciplinarity allows for an exhaustive revision of the problem, and this can truly help the problem that Karina stated before. So everybody contributed, and we were able to go further than the educational team would have gotten, or the medical team would have gotten, or the tech team. So, what are the challenges in the multidisciplinary approach? Well, it is very important that as researchers, all of us, well, we come from educational institutions, or yeah, well, colleges. So There are several challenges that have to do with the organizational factors within universities. Sometimes we don't have the necessary space to carry out a multidisciplinary research. So, without criticizing, this is a space where we have, student seats for people that know and are producing knowledge. Well, it's not the best way to work multidisciplinarity. We need spaces where we need to interact, and this is not the best example of a university requires space, but not only a space, but also a university culture that is aligned to that. It's not the same to have a traditional university where we have different schools, science school, or perhaps having a division of the chemistry school or biology school, which are siluses without interaction. There are many universities around the world where the engineering university or the faculty, well, the students only have classes within the engineering school, and the professors are engineers and so forth, right? So it's not the greatest organization. So how can we foster multidisciplinarity? So within challenges, we also need to think about culture. And now, lack of time and financing. Well, it has to do what we do as researchers, right? What is going to give us the most so that we can go and move forward on the steps of an organization. If I'm a junior or an assistant, how can be an associate or how can I get my tenure? So in many universities, we don't have an assessment, or where is it important to have multidisciplinary studies. What's most important for us that have been in several faculties? Well, we know that multidisciplinary studies are the best, but it's also lack of time. Perhaps someone that would like to carry out multidisciplinary research won't be useful to move forward down the ladder or upwards down the ladder. Here in Mexico, we have the SNI, which is the national researcher system, and it's also divided by silos per areas, and multidisciplinary people don't fit on those areas mostly, or for the most part. So that would be lack of time. Why? Because we need to work in order to continue to work, and financing. We have had much more financing for multidisciplinary, but the truth of the matter is that the money that is in financing goes to disciplinary studies, mostly physics, medicine. When truth of the matter, both doctors and engineers need other disciplines to move forward as well. And also to having an efficient communication is great, to understand education, people that come from education, to understand people that come from computing, people that come from science, such as gestually, it's not easy. We need to take our time in order to communicate. And well, curiosity gets the best of me. I am curious. So, who of you guys will come from? Well, I'm sure that your university is upbringing. Well, who from you are from education? Well, that's exactly what I thought. Who of you come from computer science? Okay, who of you come from engineering, but not computer, but rather hard science or hard engineering? So, okay, not that many of you. How many are from science, biologists, mathematicians? Well, we have people from many disciplines right here. Business, who is here from business? Social sciences. Okay, well, very well. Okay, so we have people from many disciplines in this very room. So to communicate is very important. So please, in the coffee break or during dinner or supper, please do talk amongst you and talk with people from other disciplines so that you can exchange ideas. So communication is very important, and we're always going to have problems in communication because we're always going to have problems in our own discipline. How do we see our own discipline, and how we look our problems from our disciplines? These epistemology differences are important, and well,
they do harm communication because we do not open up as we should. So, what are the strategies for a multidisciplinary research? Well, we need to use frameworks for our work. That's important. Also, we need to convince, the universities that this is important. Many of this, well, have been convinced of this in the last few years. In Tech de Monterey, to give an example, we have an institution that's dynamic, that's open, and we have placed infrastructure so that we can work in the future for Institute for the Future of Education. We have multidisciplinary work teams. We have professors from the six schools of Tec de Monterrey within these multidisciplinary groups. Also, it is important for for institutional structures to have PhD students, and whenever we have postdoctorate positions, well, they should work with different people from different disciplines. It is very important, and I'm sure that they do it. I'm thinking about doctorate degrees from the University of Salamanca, which are doctorates or PhDs that are multidisciplinary. It'd be great to pair them up with, mentors from different disciplines, and well, they can work with different people from different disciplines. So I have stated this before. The role of institutions is very important. It's very important for institutions to change. I know about some universities, but not all of them have changed in terms of multidisciplinarity. But what I have done in the last few years throughout, invitations on different Latin American universities, well, you realize the great multidisciplinary efficiencies that we have. Not even math professors know physics professors. And these are big differences. And sometimes, computing with mathematics don't even know each other. And it is important for them to know each other. So, this will be the important roles that we should have within universities. So, what's the future? The future is multidisciplinary, but I wouldn't like for you to misinterpret multidisciplinarity on itself. We have things on the screen and you can read them. And whenever we talk about multidisciplinarity, it's not only important to bring people together to be able to solve complex matters, but remember, in order for us to have multidisciplinarity, then we need to have disciplines. And this is a very important and personal take. It's important for all of them to have their own discipline. College study plans, it's good, it's great to have some multidisciplinary, and that works. But in order for us to have a solution towards complex problems where disciplines are important, and we need to dwell on each and every one of them, and so that we can completely take with all the different disciplines, each and every one of us in the different disciplines, well, we need to understand them. So we do need discipline strongly in order to be able to perform multidisciplinary work. And thus, I would like to share with you some of the ways of knowing if we are truly working multidisciplinarity. And I have five here. I will show five on the next slide. And I would like for you to think as you read, as you listen to me. Well, please think about the work that you have and if they fit on each and every one of these observations in terms of what it is that or how it is that we perform multidisciplinary team. First and foremost, a variety of knowledge, a diversity of disciplines, and well, the integration of those disciplines as well. Corporational approach, well, that's simple as that. We need to use methodologies from different disciplines in order to solve the problems. The holistic comprehension, also depth is important, but also amplitude. We need to understand thoroughly. We have people from different disciplines, and they should learn wherever we have the different disciplines. Well, because they are the ones that provide us with the best perspective. Also, we need to have, to address complexity, to solve complex problems, and we need to ask ourselves if we are solving a complex problem. And also, we need to have a systemic thought how all of the different disciplines connect in order to be able to solve these problems. So this would be five ways of knowing if we are working multidisciplinary. There are other five: innovation and creativity. These are nouveau solutions. Well, nouveau solutions are provided by the relation in between different disciplines. So the first question is: are they creative? We know that our work is opening up a new roads in the frontier of knowledge. Yeah, you didn't change your slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, no, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Innovation and creativity, these are practical applications of the real world. Uh, and it's hard for us not to have a real impact, but sometimes it's highly criticized. I would say that the integration of the different disciplines can provide us with this impact towards society because not all disciplines work in the same fashion. I'm going to say something that I will be probably criticized for, but truth be told, it's engineering is very practical. Engineering is always trying to solve problems practically. Where is it being used, if it's automotive engineering or any other kind of engineering for that matter. And there are other disciplines that are not necessarily like that. So this interrelation of different disciplines in order to be able to solve complex problems, well, we need to think about the solution. The solution needs to, if we don't work with problems that can be that can have an impact within the classroom or within the learning or in life practically, then what are we doing? So in terms of learning, the team should be willing to learn. Also, we need to have some reflection as a team and also individually. Efficient communication, this continuous dialogue between the people within the team is important, and also assessment and evaluation to have multidisciplinary metrics in terms of what we can get from those interactions. So this will be the 10. I would say that these are the first five right here, and then the next five are here. And for that matter, we would like then to have some time of reflection, and we have time so we can interact further. So this is the activity. Just think about analyzing your own work based on the characteristics of multidisciplinary work. Perhaps you won't remember all 10, but think about some of them. And if think about if the work that you are currently doing has some of these features, so that you know if you are working multidisciplinarily or not. Now, the next one, think about an argument on why your work is multidisciplinary. So think about it, and we're going to ask you, and you're going to have to present. And we're going to give you 1 minute for that. So think about your work. Is it multidisciplinary in regards to these characteristics or features? And here we have five, and here we have the other five. So you only have 1 minute. Okay, so the minute's gone by. So who would like to tell us? And if we don't have any volunteers, we are gonna pick and choose. But yeah, who would volunteer to tell us over there? The professor over there. Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, I would say that my work does comply with all 10 of them. I am on the PhD for education. And my formation, well, my upbringing is as a communicologist. I have focused on archives, but I was very interested in automated recommendation programs for education. So I'm not an engineer, and I approached the National Polytechnical School, and Professor Arguelles, Mateo Arguelles, motivated me to press forward. Yeah, we know him. We know who he is. And he told me, it doesn't matter that you're not an engineer, we can have some multidisciplinary work. And I can tell you that at the beginning, it was very hard on me because the name of the student to me, it's very important. And they told us, hey, for us, it doesn't matter. The name of the student doesn't matter because we need to turn him into a number, given that the algorithm works in numbers. So it was very complex for me to convey my thoughts over to them. But I can tell you that I have learned a lot from engineers, and they have also learned a lot about the value that the human being has as a human being and not for a number as such. So my work does comply with all of this, and I certainly hope that my chapter can showcase all of that. That sounds great. What's your name? My name is Georgina Zanabria. Thank you very much, Georgina. Good afternoon. My name is Jose Antonio Hernandez from the state of the University of Cantabria, and I can tell you that I am my work has multidisciplinary because my upbringing was multidisciplinary. I studied philosophy, but then I have worked also on creativity and computer science. So what I am showcasing is a metaphorical proposal in terms of how we're going from a society that came from Gutenberg to a galaxy where digital media are completely changing the paradigm or how education. So this is, and also, AI has come into play. So everything that we have thought about education and the human being and the basic questions for education, it's all changing. So I would like to say that my contribution would be rather on the holistic search, because we find that the fundamental questions for education, which is what can I do in order to be happy, what's a fair world, how to understand the production of my life as an art form, how can I create a society where the economy and justice go hand in hand. And well, this is not that to students, so this is why I want to contribute with. Thank you very much, Professor. Okay, so Antonio is over here. Thank you very much. I have enjoyed this presentation a lot. I had offered, you have offered recipes that are concrete for all participants. And I wanted to dwell in one of the aspects, and I wanted to showcase my complete conformity with my peer from Cantabria that has exposed this idea as well. And well, many times multidisciplinarity falls on its own weight whenever we have a democratizing paradigm of knowledge, and whenever we face, well, one of the topics of this bootcamp, which is research for challenges. So whenever we adopt a approach of sustainability science, and whenever we face a complex problem, well, the first step should be dialogue with accepted communities, with the people that are interested in solving this matter at hand. And once we have this democratization ingredient, and multidisciplinarity is inevitable. So if that step is taken properly, then we would work with people that come from different disciplines. I agree on what Genaro stated, that in order for us to have a multidisciplinarity, we need to have disciplines, of course, but I am much more adamant on transdisciplinarity. And sometimes it's confused when we need to do things step by step. But yeah, that's what I wanted to state. And so please do. Uh, take a democratizing approach, because that'll be the first step for multidisciplinarity. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Ines. Okay, so I first and foremost went from one discipline to another with relative ease. I am a industrial designer, and then my postgraduate is in engineering, and thus I am happy that you asked who else belongs to this or that discipline, but you never mentioned design. And the sign is because it might be, a bit weird, and you're always amidst a lot of things. But I mean, this is something that I perceive, but I can go from one to the other with relative ease. But yeah, the work is difficult because, well, we need to start by explaining what designers do. And here in this group, we only have two designers, and what we do and what we contribute with, it's these tools that make cooperations easy. And well, in such fashion, I truly enjoy the possibility of being amidst these disciplinary areas that, without a doubt, well, there's a lot of work to be done. So me, as I imagine this moving into the future, well, I am not so sure, Genaro, that well, we would continue to have vertical disciplines. I would say that eventually some routes will go into different areas on the new profiles, perhaps moving forward 20 years. But nonetheless, what we have is this, and it's great. Those are great waters to swim in. Okay, well, point taken. All right. So time, it's a constraint. Okay. Well, I just wanted to say it's just gonna take me a minute because what you're saying, well, is important. Um, I do think that disciplines will continue to be important. Knowledge, the different technological advancements. Well, you need to have disciplines, and you're gonna need them to tackle much more complex matters. And something that's important about most multidisciplinary teams uh, is that once we start working with different disciplines, we start talking the language of the other discipline. It doesn't mean that we're going to be expert on the other discipline, but I can communicate, and I can take a problem like the one that Karina exposed, and I can explain it to different people. They can be experts, or they can be, general audience. They can be university entities, and I can explain it to that team. And this is something that I wouldn't be able to do that if I wasn't working in a multidisciplinary team. Now let's get over to the Q&A. Thank you very much for all of your interventions. And we have, well, the proposal. Yeah, I'm sorry. I went to the other side. We would like for you to go into Menti. There is a code. There's a QR code as well. And whenever you feel ready, then we are going to get started. So yeah, I need a music, a drum roll. Yeah, the drum roll is right there. Okay, so are we ready? No, just one moment. Yeah. Okay, so question number one. Multidisciplinary Multidisciplinary work applies to the paradigm that we have seen, phenomenologist, post-positivism, positivism. So four answers. Yeah, yeah. So we're not gonna say anything, but yeah, more answers. Do you have connection problems? You have connection problems? You don't? Oh, exactly. It is us. It is us who have connection problems. Okay, so we have diverse opinions here. And well, here we have, I'd say, well, I'd say that with this picture, well, we can take something away from this. So, see how important it is to know which or where we're standing on whenever we start a research. We think that we all have this very clear, but as you can tell from screen, we don't. So, I would like someone that answered the theoretical critical paradigm. Well, I would like for that someone to explain us why, because well, we have 14 here. So any of those 14, why did you answer that? Anybody here would be, courageous enough to explain that to us, if you would be as kind, please. So you're hanging it out, you're hanging him or her out to dry. No, I'm not hanging her or him out to dry. I would just like for someone that answered positivism to tell us why. Okay, let's say that the right answer is, or shouldn't I say? Shouldn't I say what's the right answer? Well, someone that answered to post positivism can explain this to us. Carolina, it's your turn to explain this. Explain this, please. So this is my vision. So for me, this multidisciplinary is well, has to do with the problems and what we want to analyze. So we cannot just say, "Hey, this discipline is the only one that should partake," because if not, we will be, infringing this multidisciplinary principle. So, from my own standpoint, I wouldn't be able to focus only positivism, only phenomenological, only post-positivism. No, it depends on the nature and what we're investigating. Excellent answer. Marisol, now that you've got the mic, yeah, no, I agree with that. I selected one because I had to select one because, well, I chose positivism because that's where I work in mixed methods the most. But I agree with Carolina just stated on any of these methods or these paradigms that are always guided by the search of knowledge that we are trying to approach from investigations, well, is that we can have multidisciplinarity, such as you have stated throughout the session. Okay, well, and the reflection that I'd say we need to get from this question is to analyze, and that this is going to help us for the article, for the item, for people that are barely getting started. It's to, restate this. Questions and the disciplines, because well, we are going to get nurture from all of these approaches. Okay, so next question. Now, on the next options, and given that we have, seen 10 principles, which ones are not, which are not characteristics of multidisciplinary work? Let's take a look at this. I don't know if Renata, you can read any of that. So the collaborative approach, developing a basic fundamental theories, resolution or complex problem solving, or focus on the generalization for results. So, which one of this is not a characteristic for multidisciplinary work? So, yeah, so this is a bit of a challenge, right? Okay, so we've got 12 answers. I don't know if we need to update it or to reconnect. So are we doing fine? Yeah, we're doing fine. Okay, all right. So, Renato, tell me. Okay, so I would say that it's clear that this is what's not a multidisciplinary approach, because multidisciplinarity has to do with cooperation. It's a cooperative approach, and also to tackle complex problems, right? So it's clear, right, what it is and what it wasn't. We don't want to generalize the results, and we also don't want to develop a fundamental theory. I would say that well, are approaching the solution of a real problem. And now we are going to wrap it up with an open question. Okay, so in this open question, and I know the answer. I don't know if you have seen it now or if you've seen it, but we wanted to know for you guys what were the challenges for multidisciplinary research. So these are, lectures that we have linked and that contribute and reflect on the same theme. What are the challenges to overcome? How do you see this? Only three challenges. Okay, to, detach from your own discipline, well, perhaps needs, yeah. So to detach from the discipline itself, even though it's in the new laws, for example, here in Spain, we have the lawsuit which talks about, doing away with knowledge areas and so forth. Well, this is still a challenge. It is still a challenge, but anyhow, it is a necessary so that we can, have an, intercommunication with also other, disciplines. Also what was seen before and what we had thought upon before is to keep an open mind. Keeping an open mind is very important, and being receptive on what we're told from different disciplines, right? So, yeah, I mean, I have worked all of my life, and all of my academic development has occurred talking with other disciplines. And whenever they say, hey, no, this is not valid, or this methodology doesn't work, or we need to validate this in such fashion or another, every discipline say, hey, or this publication has many authors here, this cannot be done. There's just an ethical miscue here because you're doing this or that. Well, what I say is that Apollo did not go to the moon just single-handedly, right? Every discipline has its own way of working and also publishing results, right? So, and also the methods that are valid or not on every field. So we need to keep an open mind. And I would like to add respect. respect to other disciplines when having a conversation. And what else? I would say that all the network work that we perform, all the networks that were discussed on the previous presentations, a global vision. Well, if we were to add another keyword, I would say that that would be highlighted. And this is a holistic vision that Genaro was talking about. And well, it would be important for all of us to see the elephant with all the visions and not thinking that everybody is wrong, but rather that all of us contribute to knowledge and contribute to our discipline, but also global knowledge. So I don't know if Naro, you would like to add something or someone else, but on my behalf, that'll be everything. That's my vision. Okay, well, thank you very much, Renato and Karina. Many of us are thinking about, creating, m- making the multidisciplinarity something that's aspirational for everything that we do. We have 5 minutes before going to lunch, and that's perfect because we have Renato on stage. So we have one more question, and we have a gift of 5 minutes. So yeah, I would just like to say something. The thing is that Karina's comment regarding the number of authors caught my eye. Truth be told, it is incredible the culture for each and every one of the disciplines. In experimental physics, nobody questions that there are 250 authors. Nobody questions that. And those are the most quoted papers that you can imagine in experimental physics. The list of authors is longer than the paper itself. But if we go to humanities, well, if you have two, then it's frowned upon. It should be one, right? So multidisciplinary cultures are so different that whenever we have multidisciplinarity, at first we are in awe of what other people do. But once the honeymoon it's over, then we get relaxed. It's not going to be 250 authors, but not one either. It's going to be four or five. Over here, we've got a question. Thank you very much. And they are going to get double dessert for asking. So, congratulations. Okay, so good afternoon, Edina from Mexico. So, in my case, I would like to know from your own standpoint, what would be the main factors, features that would make this multidisciplinary work better? How can we foster this from the classrooms? From the classrooms, well, I would say that from the classroom, well, we need to talk about the opening, right, to open our minds, global vision, and also bring into the classroom complex and real problems so that that this cannot only be approached from a single discipline, but you should, understand that it is necessary to dialogue with other disciplines. So, to give you an example, I give, I always have a map of how communication works from device to user, user to platform, and so forth. And I always showcase how computer or computing syllabus works. And I'm seen like a like a weirdo on that faculty, right, on that school. And they always tell me, hey, what you're doing, you need to focus this more to engineering. And what I say is, hey guys, relax, because we are working multidisciplinarity. And to give you an example, the work on the classrooms based on pre-graduate upbringing and postgraduate upbringing, the first thing to do is to open up their minds with different methodologies. We have design thinking methodologies, and there's a lot of you know people that would like to tackle real problems that individuals have, or social problems. So how can we solve all of this? So here we in engineering, we always try to solve real issues, but sometimes well, we want to bring to the classrooms different visions. Think people coming from different disciplines and from different bridges, and well, the needs that we have, right? So also it's important, and my design peer was saying, hey, well, here in my design team or research team, I do have designers, and they contribute with another perspective and another standpoint. Not only, and I always defend, I am a defender. I am a voracious defender for disciplines. When someone says, hey, this guy is from education, they only do this guy's from engineering, only think about zeros and ones, and I say, no, we all contribute. We all have a different vision, and this is why I like to safeguard this vision, and we need to have respect. And whenever you face a dialogue, well, we work sometimes in it's like the fable. I leave thinking that my vision is the right one, and the other people are wrong, right? So also role playing is important. Role playing, even though some former students have told me, mostly in computer science, they say that this is an experience that is frustrating for them because they need to leave their comfort zone. But you know role playing works. Anybody else here has a question? Well, I think that we've run out of time. Okay, so talking a little bit about classrooms, I have worked for many years, researching, the professional development of our professors. And for me, this is key if we want to improve education in the 21st century. So, how can we bring all of these multidisciplinary strategies for the professional development of professors, taking into account that professors, it's intrinsically multidisciplinary? Because I always tell my students, you have the profession of your discipline, and being a teacher, and it also has its own science. And not for knowing, how to teach, right? There's a difference, and there's a discipline on its own. And here it says high level, but I would say that this is something that should be managed by a group of professors worldwide. And if that'll be the case, then another tune would reach our ears. Okay, well, your question is very important because researchers, well, what's the name of researchers of and the professors in the world? So how can we have an impact on professors when the ratio is 100 to 1, or perhaps not even close? So here at Tech, we have created many courses in order to professionalize our professors on different countries. And professors are, physics or mathematicians, and they only think about their own field. Knowing mathematics is not the same as teaching mathematics, but whenever you have people thinking on how they learn, first and foremost, you can tell them, hey, how do you teach? And they can say, hey, they tell you, exposition and how they teach and whatnot. Nonetheless, at some other point in time, you can tell them, how do you learn? And the way that they learn is, everything. They tell you everything that you would like them to do with students, and then you compare what they told you about how they teach and how they learn, and you realize that there's a mismatch. So this is very important. in any workshop for professor development. It's important to make that comparison, how they learn and how they teach. Students learn how they learn also. So that's my 2 cents. Anyone else has any further questions? Okay, well, I would like to have double dessert, so I would like to ask a question myself. So I understand that our goal is, higher education, pre-graduate, postgraduate, of course. But I remember that our children, and I'm sure that, well, I remember a slogan from my school, and we want them to be free thinkers. And sometimes we leave basic education to be reinventing and discovering, and we don't place any obstacles. But multidisciplinarity has to do with removing obstacles and inviting everybody. So I would like to know, and I'm sorry if I am not very discreet, Genaro. But well, I understand that you have young children that are highly successful. Or particularly, I would like to listen to your comment about it. We are focusing on higher education, and most of us, well, want to be curious ever since we were children. And it seems that education it's not making us, do that. So, tell me a little bit about that. So also what was stated before on the on kindergarten, well, it's important to discover. So I have many friends that have never gone to a traditional school because many of my university friends well are from there. So whenever we go into school, we go into this kind of industry, right? Or yeah, it has everything's classified per subject, per age. And truth be told, learning it needs to be dynamized by this curiosity, and this curiosity should never be lost. And well, that's the characteristic of the investigator. So being curious is what's going to continue to explore, to continue to advance, and that's infinite. And we're always going to find something new, and this is going to keep us live, right? So we need to foster that, and we should never lose that. So what happens if we have lost it? Then we've lost, and then we get to this productivity machine, right? What do I need to do? Tell me what it is that I need to do. This one time a student told me, "Hey professor, I know that you want us to learn, but we are only interested in passing your subject." And I was like, "What?" I was shocked, right? But of course, if we're always on this side, then we want to teach. And on the other hand, well, we need to learn. And we should always keep the fire for learning alive. That's the feature that we should, keep. But it's hard. It's hard because the system is not taught for that, right? So we still have hope to changing this in the future of education, and that's why we are gathered here today. Okay, thank you very much. I have two news. So one good news, well, the bad news is that there are no more double desserts, but the great news is that we can go out for lunch. So thank you very much.
Today, we are going to present in the part of building the together in education, and the name is using technological tools for research. Our target is to show you how the data visualization can be used in a very efficient way to inform all the audiences about their researcher project by using technological tools. I'm so glad to introduce my colleague and friend Jonathan Miranda. He's a researcher in Tecnológico de Monterrey, and my name is Gadelicia Garay, and we are going to be introducing this project. Well, Claudia, she's from Tec de Monterrey, but she's here in Madrid. That is a representation because we also have an internalization office in here. She's also a researcher from the interdisciplinary group in this Institute for Education. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And let us talk in a general format. I know in the morning we have talked about reflection, discussion. Now we want to cover more. We know many of you do research, others probably are not researchers, but you have projects. And today we're going to have a communication drill. It is so important to always be spreading and find the best way. Now we want to share some recommendations, some techniques, and a tool we have prepared with Claudia. So, the content for this session first, we're going to give you a brief tour in the data visualization and the background we have to understand the importance we have. And then we're going to talk on how to identify a technique to be used. What's the purpose of the data visualization? That I think it is something we have to be wondering a lot. We're going to be talking about those key aspects we must take into consideration when we decide how to have this visualization, and of course, the technological tools that are recommended or used. We are going to talk about a framework, a reference framework we put together as we saw literature and knowing that there are many workshops or courses that are specifically teaching about this. We have to remember that many of these we learn in the day to day as we do research. And today, for us, it is a great challenge to prepare this reference framework. And today, we want to put all the information together. And maybe we are going to go short. And I'm also glad to see many researchers that can be adding to this. And of course, we are going to close with an activity. We're going to have an experience by using AI that we love. Dr. Claudia and I like technology, and we said we won't live without using AI. And I think it also has a very important role in research, but as an enable tool to do research. So let's get started with some background. Really, the technological evolution, the evolution about techniques goes back to prehistory. And I don't know if that would stress me for good or for bad because there's a lot of information. But the truth is that it gives us this evolution gives us a gamma to know what to use, but also at the same time we get lost on how am I going to do it, what to use, and we have like that prehistoric paintings that our ancestors somehow are giving us information and they are giving us data and early visualization of geography uh, data. We have this map in the world that graphs the statistics in the 18th century, the Florence chart where we begin to see how to highlight contrast and see parameters. And it was a great innovation back then, but by the 20th century, computing and how computing came to revolutionize the way we have data representation. Now, in the 21st century, with data massification and the capability we have with hardware, softwares, but especially on this data precision that we are showing. And I think also we have challenges and how to use those technologies so that I can represent those data and how to choose the best technique with the best technology. And today we want to clarify this panorama because we're getting to the 21st century with technologies, characteristics. of the 4.0 industry and nowadays AI, digitalization, virtualization is also having a very important role on how we are showing data, and not only for a scientific academic audience, but also it is a responsibility to get involved the public and audiences in general in different sectors as well. It means that the data visualization has as a target that a mental image can help us to make decisions. And Jonathan has told you that historically, human beings need those data and those images and that information to make decisions throughout life. That's how we have been evolving. Therefore, I like to give you some data that are important that did you know where we have to know that our brain 50% of it is involved in the visual thinking. We no doubt we realize that most of us are visual. 70% of our sensor receptors are in the eyes. It means that the neuron connections in our brain are generating a high percentage through what we see around us. And 90% of the information, therefore, is practically everything we see and what we are processing. And our memories as well is like in learning processes that have been designed or proposed by Marzano. They say that becoming a person as we are, it brings us according to the expertise of our context and our background. It is also important to highlight that our eyes all the time are perceiving stuff, and the brain can perceive a scene in a tenth of a second. This as a countdown means that 60,000 times the brain is 60,000 times faster than the time it would take to decode the information. So, well, this would be that. Did you know what? Aspect. That is why the power of visuals is precisely what we want to share with you today. How to take those millions of data we have, quantitative and qualitative data that you are prescribing from your research or your projects. How can we convey them to the rest of the people? What is the power of an image? How is it that through essences of that information that you are seeing can bring you to a common language with your audiences to make those complex situations more understanding and to deliver information, like Dr. Marisol said in the beginning, to the near context, and that is going to be really practical. Another main target of the visual power is to simulate purpose and participation of every stakeholder that is in that research, improve the systematic thinking because these processes that we have are completely in this system. So are not isolated, but they have to be studied in a multidisciplinary way and in big systems. Images are the ones that are going to allow us to reach to these audiences from those multi-systems and then generate those memorable experiences that later are going to impact us and help us make decisions. A while ago that I saw the previous presentations said who finds it difficult to make a theoretical framework. Now I ask you, who thinks it's difficult to make a visual representation of our results in a process, in a data? I think that more or less half or a little bit less than I have find it difficult, but that's why the importance with this data that Dr. Claudia is sharing and well now, and it goes especially for all of us that are more junior or younger, I was going to say, but I'm not that young anymore. We have a library of techniques and it goes according to the type of research and the type of project or the type of format, the type of audience it is aiming. And maybe we're going to get overwhelmed or maybe we won't be using the best or even we are not using the enabler that will allow us to bring the information to the best purpose. So, in this regard, we have to identify the technique to be used, an accurate identification, so that we can have this good visualization. So, this is a question, and this is the question: what is the purpose of the data visualization? When we think about our research, and I am thinking on how to illustrate, I think this is a basic question for all of us. And today we're going to show a couple of ideas where maybe you're going to feel identified with it. In this case, is to compare, see the contract, or show a change. We're going to find a library of techniques, a chart with bars, a line chart, and the bubble chart or the pie chart in the different areas. So it's up to you. If the decision is ours, so that's why we're going to be identifying. We have some others. Yeah, some others, especially when you are going to identify or explain a process. It's about the flow chart, the tree chart, the infograph, the Gantt charts, the processes and maps that are very useful for those of us who study how to convey processes on services, processes on manufacture, and timelines. So here is where I know you are very experts on how to project or how to identify the type of information you want to bring to your audience. But it's always necessary to revisit this information because new technologies are going to help us to do it at an easier way, in a more visual way. And now the idea is that you can consider that the image must tell you a story. Now, multidisciplinary teams, for example, from designers and people who are making notes, newspaper notes, know that the historical label telling the story through an image is important. That is why knowing if it's for a process or for making relationships, for example, the network chart, the heat maps, the geographic maps, the radar charts, the mosaic charts, or the band charts would be the proper ones for your results of projects. We know it's a lot of information and many techniques, and most likely you will feel identified with some and you hadn't heard about some others. I really recommend this website. It's an open educational resource. It is a wonderful and amazing library. It is Data Vice Catalog. We really recommend it because it's going to give you a reference and an explanation. It can even give you recommendations of where to go when you are in this dilemma of which one is the best. We invite you to use this support. You can download it from the QR code and pay attention to the telephone, and you can go to the mobile phone because we are going to be doing some activities so that you can follow us in the QR codes as well. This is another chart that is an important reference that we make available for you. This is called the stream presentation method, and this is generated by Professor Dr. Abella. What he does is to put some images as well and give some decision aspects. Is my project an image? It's about comparisons. Okay, let me get back here. If my project is about comparisons, then I can use the chart for a one or two variables, as we can see here, and I can use certain charts like the bar charts we know, or if we are traveling in time, we can also have different radar charts. Now I invite you to go to this other reference and let us go to the next slide, please. Before the activity we are going to have with you, I would like to, I love this slide because making a representation that is more illustrative than an abstract one. Sometimes we are in this dilemma. Sometimes we have to represent our results to a general audience, children, or people that are not expert, and we have to be playing with different techniques. So, yeah, accuracy is important, maybe when the audience is more technical, more scientific, or if we are in the core of the disciplinary area. But I'm giving you this chart because, yeah, we can make representative illustrations, we can make illustrated charts, and we can have data visualization. And in that technique classification and in the enablers we have, we are going to have technological tools that are going to help us to do one or the other. I like so much the rhino image because it is showing probably that we as researchers or as businessmen, and I'm talking general terms, we can give ourselves the opportunity to do these drills on how to represent what I am saying. And even in social media, how do we represent our data in any social media? And you can get better the attention of your audience with one type or the other. And it doesn't mean that it's not well represented. Again, since we know it's a lot of information, we are going to give you tools and then we'll give you some recommendations. Some tools we want to show you. She says, I'm sorry about this. She was having problems with the microphone. Well, some tools we want to recommend are, for example, Tableau. Probably you know Tableau, and these are so used in the industry. You can ask any decision maker, and they have some dashboards around, and through those dashboards, they are presenting the charts we have talked about, the bar chart, pie chart, radar charts, and in real time they are moving to give decision makers around the world in different places and synchrony or without synchrony this information, this data analysis, and this is what we call the big data, and then it is conveyed to a machine learning that later can project all this information. So Tableau is being a pioneer in this data analysis and in visual transmission. To use this tool, you don't require a lot of knowledge. It's very agile. They are tools that are being more and more open to the audience. Some of them have a free version that allows you to work very well. And at the same time, there are other ones that are more advanced, and I recommend you to explore them. For example, Dundas BI, but also Jupyter, GPTR, that is along with some libraries, along with the Python that you know, and allows us to generate tables, machine learning, and the same information is projected. So we can generate algorithms that are specialized and they are on libraries and that are generated by the creators of these codes in this type of systems. The most accessible I can recommend is, for example, Google Charts. Google Charts also allows to work with charts, tables, and we can also handle some situations on how we want to present our information. Well, having seen that, we know that you as researchers are searching the how I can project proper information. It has happened to me, and I can give you my experience, my systematic thought, and when I am analyzing different phenomena, I try to think in a third or fourth dimension. It happens to me as an engineer, but the truth is that we need to take into consideration some of the most common mistakes. And mistakes are usually that not identifying first That way, I am supposed to show something to the audience this information is for. If I overload with data, is a common mistake, and it happens sometimes when they return the manuscript. Is because the image is not clear, it has many pixels, you have a lot of data. So this is when we have to apply the concept that less is more. We have to identify the reason of being, like they mentioned in the beginning of the session today. Where's my input for science, and that piece of information and that image will be quoted for many years. So I think when we make a framework, a table, a chart, a comparison, a radar chart can be quoted permanently, and this is because we gave a lot of time, design a multidisciplinary team, and in the background, there's a lot of value. Another example is the proportioning here. So the same thing when we are having and we don't consider the wrong information or the way we are using, there's going to be a mistake. Same thing with the over position, and this is the scale that I am taking from data. It forces that maybe other areas are not seen, and then this information won't have coherence. The proper graph I'm going to use will also be a specific topic, and now we will help you to understand the proper technique through this chatbot we invite you to participate in. Lastly, multidimensionality, that is one of the examples I was giving, that if I want to put things in 3D, when usually the human brain is more used to understand information in 2 dimensions. So these are some of the examples of mistakes. And now we are going to use this reference framework. Now here we invite you with your computers, connect here to the next framework through Genially, and all the people that are following us by internet follow this so that we can begin to use it. We will give you the link or the QR code. And when we talk about these techniques, these technologies, when we have a lot of diversity on research projects in every area, all this becomes complex. That is why we decided to make this reference framework for data visualization and results from the research. And when we were checking the literature and when we were seeing what those trigger questions are and that we need to take into consideration at least, I think there's more than what we are going to present. But in the consensus we made, we believe that with 5 questions, we reflect on to help and to make decisions can be enough to have a good decision making on the type of technique and the type of technology we are going to be using. So this is a framework. Let me stand up here. Well, this is the framework, and now when you have access to the QR code, you will find 5 questions. The first question is, well, let me go directly to the framework. I don't want to go. You're going to find this framework. The first trigger question is, what focus do your research results have? The next question is, which format or type of document do you require? The first can be quantitative, qualitative mix. Maybe you want to represent a theoretical or conceptual model, or maybe it's another one. Don't worry. AI already knows there's going to be another one and it'll understand the context. The next question is, which form or type of document do you require if you are going to present a research article? You can put here every paper and everything that has to do with a publication or a white paper. If you don't know what a white paper is, you can ask chatbot what wallpaper is and it'll explain. Maybe it's an technical information, a normal presentation with a specific audience or a social media. The next question says, what purpose does visualization you are going to present has? Is this a process? Are you going to compare, contrast, or show a change to establish relationships, or to show distributions? Or maybe it's a product or a service you need to describe to any type of audience. Fourth question, what type of audiences is this aiming? Academic, scientific, business, public in general, or other? And in here we can contextualize who your general audience is. Last question, what type of accuracy do you require? And I bring the rhino in here. We classify it in high, medium, low, minimum, or symbolic, or another. If there are doubts, now we are going to have a drill so that we can have more clarity on this type of uses. So let's go to the presentation and let me tell you how we are going to work. We are going to do it in groups of two. We are going to make the example and you will have to choose your partner to work with, and then you will need to go to the chatbot. The example is that I am a researcher and I tell Jonathan, hey, Jonathan, I need you to give me consultation on how to make my data analysis and also how to convey it to the other people. Can you help me, please? Of course, that's what I'm here for. Now, what are the what's the focus in your research results? Well, I think my research is mixed. Well, then you will need to add, click on mix, and here you will see a code that is 1C. Hey, I need more information, Claudia. Which format or type of document do you require? Well, I think that is aimed to industry, but also I want to make a index paper. So what do you recommend? White paper or index? I recommend you run something for an article and then after analyze the results and then it means that in the chatbot, first we are going to select an article with code 2A and then I'll do it again with white paper, right? And now, as an example, we're going to choose the article. This is in yellow. Now, what is the purpose of that visualization you are going to present? The purpose is to show the contributions and the data distribution. Okay, now let us choose to show distributions of the results you have generated. And I think my audience is going to be public in general because I want this article to be quoted a lot by every person. Okay, now let's choose general. And what type of accuracy do you want to represent? I think it should be medium. Medium? Okay. Then we choose medium, and now you will write. Now here I'm writing what it has generated. And this is 1C, 2A, 4D, 5D, 5B. And now let's go to the expert, and he has already loaded the information that Claudia and I don't have, most likely. So here we're going to the chat bot and it is ready. We have the data bot and this is the AI assistant. And in here you can enter the code it gave you or maybe just the code. If I type 1C, it must know that this is a mixed focus or approach and it'll give you information. Something really important is that this chatbot is made only for visualization. If you ask about another thing, for example, how do you bake a chocolate cake? Ah, I'm not sure. My expertise area focuses on data visualization. Most likely won't give you the information. I invite you, since your expertise in data visualization, ask everything that has to do with visualization. Even if you say, I don't know how to use Excel to represent some data, or what do you recommend to use? PowerPoint, W, or if I have this case and see what, or you can ask for the link to tell you, hey, where can I find W? And it'll give you the link you are looking for. Another recommendation I want to make is after you have generated the code, I recommend that every time you have an iteration, delete it because remember, AI contextualizes, and if you change from one thing to the other, it has the previous information. And to delete, you just refresh and starts again. So I can type what Claudia mentioned, and I can type 1C, comma, 2A, 3D, 4D, and 5B. For it to tell me in this combination, and remember, it's a machine, and the final decision is ours. And remember, this is a reference point that if we are lost, most likely we are not going to be that lost with this help. So AI must start working and it'll tell you that it is a mixed approach. Your format is an article and it'll start to describe. And at the end, it is going to ask you, do you want to check a specific example? If so, give the context because most likely you will say, I want to compare this variable with that variable. And maybe it'll tell you what the best technique is. Again, which technologies exist for data visualization if we lose a presentation? And it'll give you the ones that exist with a link. And if you tell it, give me a little bit more or give me more, most likely it'll give you more technologies around data. And I'm going to type here, give me more. And here you have more technologies for visualization, it says, and this is pre trained. And most likely it'll tell you something. Go ahead, Chloe. Well, now let us repeat the indications for the activity of this workshop. And it is please find someone and it'll give us time to do the exercise as we try to do it here, Jonathan and I. So the person that is working with you must decide who is going to be A and B. Person A is going to take the data, is going to ask the 5 questions, and is going to take the key. Person B must make a has to do a pitch elevator, and it means that in 2 minutes, I'm going to tell you what it is about, what my research is about, so that the person that is going to guide me with the chatbot will know a little bit more of what I am doing. So person A is going to ask the 5 questions, is going to get the code, and we'll introduce it in the chatbot, and we'll start to comment the results. What you think about it, how useful it was, and the idea is for you to interact. We're going to be moving around you. And if you have any doubt, please let us know. We're going to take 10 minutes for this activity. Please go to the QR code to find the chatbot. If you focus on that QR code with your camera, you will be able to go to the chat. We also recommend that you take a picture if you want to use it later. For the people online, you can do it individually. You can go directly. And my recommendation is to use it in the computer. For the interface is for the computer, but it works very well on the cell phone. And we hope that at home you are enjoying the tool. And now we are going there and we'll be back in 9 minutes. Now that you are in, click on start or access or get in. Okay? Click on the button. It's a little bit small, but it says start. Please go to the chat, but don't be chatting. in something different. We know that we are having problems with the internet, but the idea is to know the project beside, and most likely at home, you will try it in a better way. Okay. Remember to find, and you have to be a person A and person B. Let me give you a tip. If you can use the QR code from the cell phone, send the link, copy paste, and then you use it in the computer. Well, there are some questions on how they can develop that similar chatbot. That is a different conference. People from home, if you have any questions, you can send a question through the chat. Okay, we will have to make a pause because we have to move. Okay, we are running out of time. And I know many of you haven't had access. So please, at home, help us at the piece of home. And we are going to finish this session. We are going now to show you some questions we have prepared for you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see. Okay, we are putting the QR of the Menti QR for that triggering question to mobilize. This is a QR code. Again, I think we will do it by raising hands because we are having problems with the signal, with the internet signal or the connection. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the teams that work in A and B and that participated in the chatbot. Now we invite you to enter the QR code. This is this Mentimeter for closing the session. Can we close like the expert in data analysis have told us? Now, you know, one in particular very interesting is called David McCandles. He's an author and an information designer and data journalist, and he says the data is research or that gives a way to generate new innovations, ideas, or thoughts. So data are a fertile, fertile land. Is like a soil we are using to convey ideas and to generate knowledge and to generate innovations. So this is the closing for today. New technologies are made to help us, to facilitate things to us, to make our processes more efficient on how to convey information. With these systems, we've told you Tableau, Jupyter, or Google Charts can help you to go more in with the chatbot. Take it away, take it to your students, and it can help you much more to develop thesis and products. And we're going to close with these three questions. I hope you were able to get. My Menti is not working. I don't know if it's working for you. Yes. Do you want to revisit the way you are checking your data and research results after this workshop? And some people say yes, other people say if you would, it would it would be complimentary, and this is good news to us. Thank you so much. Some a person says I don't know. I was waiting some no's. And what do you think the greatest challenge for a proper visualization of your data and results are? Because there are challenges. The option is choose the type of visualization to be used, not knowing the technologies I can use, not knowing the technology to develop the visualization, give important time to develop visualization and access to the technology license. Yeah, sometimes we need funds to buy a license, but there are other free things that can we can use well. I think we are three by three. Don't use how to use technology and give time. Time is a non-renewable resource. But but it's interesting. What they are saying is interesting because it's with variation and well. Let's go to the next question because of the time. Our next question is it's an open question. What strategy do you propose to visualize your data or research results in a massive way? And it has to do with the type of project and type of audience you want your project to reach. Most likely, it'll be useful to many of us as a brainstorm. So let's see what they are saying. And I don't want to create a bias, but I think we also need to go and check the social media and how to spread our work in the social media or in academical forum like ResearchGate and give some time to those data that go to this type of social media would be so interesting And the new generations, the new people that are going to be interested in this research that we are doing will be more active in those networks with us. Do you want to share the strategy you propose? We'll be more than glad to hear you. I would love to hear at least someone. Well, I am terrible at designing, and as we use this interdisciplinarity, I think it would be good. And I know what I want, so I can talk to a colleague, to a friend in design that can help us. Is a type of chat I want. I want to make it more friendly. Good idea. And this is what has been happening. We use a people experts in visual design and also on people that knows the profile of people it goes to, like the journal. We can see the type of images it has. Anyone else who would like to share or online? Thank you so much. The mapping you have been doing in the generally and to identify where the search is going to, I think, I'm sorry, we have problems with a connection. Difficult to hear. But I also consider that there is a gap, there's still a gap identifying the type of technology we're going to use in order to have this graphic representation because nowadays there are more and more graphic representations in web. It says you can do this and maybe you can send an interactive map in an HTML or in a more interactive page or an image in an article. And here, what challenges do you see in this evolution of data visualization that many times it has more potential in tools or the Tableau, where you can see the chart in Tableau and it's different. It gives us more vision. Versus if we see it in an image or an article, how do you think the evolution will go to this graphic representation that comes with these AI tools? Well, I have seen that in the journals, they ask you for an abstract with images, design. I don't know if it has happened to you that sometimes the editor says, I want an abstract where you include what happened to your article and do it just in an image. And then we go to the topic. And when you are in a conference and you are with a poster and there are some sections, I think this is the same idea we are thinking about. It's a research dashboard where we can interact. And like I said, in this chart where there are certain ifs where you say these data are to compare two dimensions in a variable, going back to the points, it would be every data in real time and how they move. I think it'll be the future for a digital abstract. And I would believe what I am thinking is that these researchers, social media, will, in there, we will need to project that information that we are developing. And sometime the journals will also have to move to something more interactive, not really flat. And that at times it's so complex, like a research article for 2 years on review. So we have to be more agile when we send and convey information, but also in the generation and in the processes so that they can have this scientific rigor and not only to spread. Final recommendations be simple, use the proper visualization, but also it involves decision making, better techniques. focus on the message. Don't get lost because it won't play well. Do it interactive, like Claudia said, and use color with efficiency because sometimes grayscale or printing formats sometimes don't work very well for us. And with this, we are closing the session of today. And this is the last QR code. And this is for us to send you the link by email. This QR code helps us to make this technology more mature. We gladly made it for you, and we hope you continue to use it. It's free, it's open, you can share it with any person you want. Thank you so much. You didn't. Recommendation number 6 is get together with people like Claudia and Jonathan to work in the future of education. We have a few minutes before the inauguration of Health Commission, so we will appreciate. There are two things. Let's move to the church room. That is the first request. And the second is, please, if you are connected to events, you know we are having problems with the internet. Please disconnect. Only use it as a translator. But if you're not using it as a translator, it's okay. Many people are using the computer and the cell phone. We ask you that if you are using the Eventos Wi-Fi, please disconnect because we are having problems with the connection. It is so important for you to be connected, but now we need all the power for everything to go in this little line, this thin line connecting us to the world. So let's go to the area near the church. Many of you know it. Thank you, Jonathan and Claudia, for your accuracy on the time. Thank you. See you next time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miguel Ángel Montoya, Director of the Innovation Hub Europe of the Institution of Future of Education of Tec de Monterrey, here at Comillas. Thank you for your presence in this inauguration of this hub. First, I want to introduce the authorities with us today in the audience, and then I'm going to introduce the authorities that give us the honor to be here at this table. In the audience, we have Alberto Camacho Garcia, in charge of affairs of corporations in the Mexican Embassy in the Kingdom of Spain. Thank you. And from the same embassy in is Jorge Sanchez Cataño, also of education and international education. Thank you. We also have Eva Gonzalez, director of Comillas Foundation. Thank you very much. We have Dr. Magdalene Rocha, Vice President of Internationalization and Global Commitment of the University of Cantabria. Thank you. We appreciate the presence of directors, vice presidents, deans, professors from many institutions that are partners of Tec de Monterrey in all the Spanish geography. Thank you for being here. And at the same time, we also want to thank the professors, researchers, postdoc students that have come from Tecnológico de Monterrey and from different parts of Mexico to be with us in this event. And also, I want to introduce the people at the presidium here today. We have first Dr. Angel Pasos, president from the University of Cantabria. Thank you, doctor. We also have Dr. Martha Pascual, director of universities from the government of Cantabria. We also have Jose Camilla, director of Institutes for Future of Education. Thank you. Online is going to be introduced by José Camilla, Mr. Juan Pablo Murra, President of the Tecnológico de Monterrey in Monterrey. Thank you, and I thank all the authorities. Before I pass it on to José Camilla, that is going to lead the event, I'm just going to explain how it is going to be. First, we are going to have three brief messages in the order of Juan Pablo Murra, Ángel Pasos, and Dr. Marta Pascual. Later on, we are going to have a presentation about institutes for the future of education, and here by Dr. Jose Camilla, and we are going to close, and later we are going to have a cocktail. Thank you, and I'll pass it over to Jose Camilla. Thank you, Pepe. We have problems with the microphone. I think the microphone is off. Thank you, Miguel. Well, Miguel is the director of here in Europe, Institute for the Future of Education. Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here with you today in this official grand opening of the Institute for the Future of Education here at the Comillas campus in Cantabria, at the framework of a work that is being done at the same time. That is this workshop bootcamp of research with around 100 people from 15 different countries. This is one of the first spreading activities. So we have a very good participation in an interdisciplinary group, people from different disciplines that are here, that are the framework, a nice framework for this event. So first, I want to pass it over to our president, Mr. Juan Pablo Murra, that is online Unfortunately, he couldn't be here in person, although he wished he could have been here. Thank you, Pepe, and good afternoon, everyone in Spain. Greetings from Mexico. Good morning, colleagues that are here connected. Like Pepe says, I wish I had been with you in person and to greet our friends from the government and the University of Cantabria, but I am certain there will be other opportunities for me to be there with you. Well, like Miguel Ángel and Pepe said, the Innovation Hub Europe is an example that collaboration is a necessary instrument to improve the scientific production and to move forward in science in our countries and our communities. This project started with a collaboration between the University and Government of Cantabria and Tecnológico de Monterrey, with the aim of helping the productive transformation of education through research, knowledge transfer, and collaboration. I also want to thank the authorities in here from the government of Cantabria and the Embassy of Mexico in Spain. Thank you so much. And for all the support we have received throughout many years from the University of Cantabria. And your presence in this event makes us feel that you support us in this shared mission, transforming mission to move forward in science and education in our countries. The core of the vision for 2030 at Tec de Monterrey, we have the drive of research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Part of this is materialized through the creation of three research institutes. First, Institute for the Future of Education. Second, Institute for Research on Obesity. And the third is the Institute of Advanced Materials for Sustainable Fabrication. Those institutes are fundamental in our effort to address great global challenges, challenges that are also standing in our country. Therefore, we have to address them from the local aspect, starting from science, innovation, and research. Particularly, IFE that today is opening, like Pepe says, and we have had different months of activity. The innovation hub in Europe, in Comillas, in Cantabria, it becomes a bridge joining LATAM and Europe, facilitating collaboration that is international between researchers, educators, allowing the creation of innovative solutions for the great challenges in education that we have in our times. Tec de Monterrey and the University of Cantabria have had a long and fruitful history of collaboration with many of my colleagues, had the opportunity to head their PhD in business and company management, and more than 20 professors have graduated from Tecnológico de Monterrey there, and many of them are still active in our institution. And these connection networks allow and facilitate successful initiatives like the Hub of Innovation in Europe. That is why, with a lot of pride and excitement, we officially call the inauguration of the IFE Hub Europe, that for sure we will see the results of this international collaboration very soon between research and educators, allowing the creation of innovative solutions for the challenges in education in our times. The future of education is here, and it is being formed in places like this. The future of education is highly important for the value generation in every country. The future depends on the quality and access to education we can offer to the new generations. Congratulations to all the team that made this possible. Let's continue to drive education and innovation as a great engines, bringing us to social transformation. Congratulations and thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Pablo, for your words, and I want to pass it over to Dr. Juan Pablo, President of the University of Cantabria. Good afternoon, everyone, and all the people joining us here, and the people at the table as well. First, I want to say that it is a pleasure and honor for me to be here in this presentation of the Hub. And I want to tell you that this honor also begins in what we have in this project. So, this is the project between Tech and the university. I'm sorry, that communication is breaking. I'm sorry, that communication is breaking. I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry that communication is breaking. With research and innovation on the educational grounds, I don't think it is necessary the, how important it is to research, innovate, and transfer knowledge in education to move forward in the transformation that on one hand the evolution of times, the evolution, and also the new technological developments. I think these are very important possibilities in the fields of education where we can't quit on them. The tech has a lot of expertise on this, and from the University of Cantabria and from our concern about education, we are aligned and tuned with them. We shouldn't forget that at the end of the day, education is progress, and we shouldn't forget that at the end of the day, education and education within the university becomes an important element for visual, social vision and promotion for people and societies. And I think that all of us in this grade of the university and the world have a responsibility about that. And I think that every project that is done and that is going to be started at the Hub, a wonderful example of that. And I must mention that collaboration between the University of Canterbury and Tech de Monterrey is not from today. It has existed for more than 14 or 15 years, and we have had and have a lot of collaboration projects. For example, 5 years ago, we had the opportunity to close a program, a PhD program in company management and entrepreneurship we had all together. And also, I will always remember that we close in a solemn way, clothed with our university robes. I think it is the only time that I have worn it out of Spain, and it was in the Querétaro campus, and it was a very emotional event. And like this, there are many projects where Tec de Monterrey, University of Cantabria go together. Now we are here in this project of educational innovation, where along with the government of Cantabria, Tec de Monterrey, now we are committed to move forward in innovation and in the progress of education. So that's why I am here and with the presence of other important people from the University of Cantabria. And I can guarantee the commitment we have, or the university has, to continue to empower all the definition of a common activities that this hub and in general, this core of researchers and innovation education that Tec de Monterrey has now, in comillas, can guarantee the support for this to become a fundamental project for educational innovation in Cantabria and in all Europe. From our behalf, I can say that if we find a model that allows us to move forward in this support for this project is completely guaranteed because, like I said, we have also a trajectory of work that is very wide, and it says that we know one another very well. And I think this jointly project with government tech, you see, will be able to meet and will be able to move better and better and obtain the maximum yield and success on what the new trends allow us to have. So, again, I congratulate you for being here today in this presentation. And my wish, and I am certain that this project will be very successful. So it means some success for the tech and also for the University of Cantabria, and a success for Cantabria, and a success for the internationalization of our community. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Angel Pasos, for your words. Now I'll pass it over to Dr. Marta Pascual, Director of Universities in the Government of Cantabria. Thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon, everyone, here in this important event. First of all, we want to greet not only the people, the authorities here from institutions, peers, and not only the ones in at this table, because obviously we are used to this type of events, and in this case, we want to highlight the importance of today's event. First of all, I know I would like to tell you, and I want to tell you the apologies from the Minister of Education. He wish he could have been here, but he's in the Parliament of Cantabria because they had a session. They are having a session in the Parliament of Cantabria. So please, uh, he wants to apologize for not being here. With no doubt, another thing I want to tell you is this congratulations for the celebration of this encounter in this high level forum. Your target and our target is to empower the linkage between research teams in Europe and in Mexico to help in the construction of education of the future. That education we've been working on for many years from different perspectives in the academia with our students. Not only the students, but they are also evolving and they make the PhD thesis. They become co-workers because they've been working in research, innovation, and transference. These are very important words. And of course, and this morning I was recommended an interesting book that says start with why. Now our students not only perceive the why, what for, but what. But our job is also the motivation to convey and to create those leaders that we want. In teaching, I want to convey this special motivation on the students and for the co-workers, this motivation of what we're doing. And again, thank you. You have important challenges, and if you are working on these topics, is wonderful. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you. Congratulations for the organization of this event, and I want to thank the organization of it, and I want to thank those little but big people who have been working these weeks and months in the celebration of this hub. And I want to highlight Montoya, who has, in the last weeks and months, has been working a lot on all these activities so that it can be a success, bigger than what we expected. And I am certain that we are going to have a follow up on the successes that I'm sure that are going to take place in the following weeks because we are weaving this network that somehow motivates students, motivates our peers and researchers. We are talking about research, transfer, innovation, important words that they are aware of all this. And I am the first one that is completely involved in all these activities. And again, I want to thank you for your participation and for being here. And please enjoy the best way possible this learning you will be submitted during these days. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your words, Dr. Martha Pascual. Now, I want to take a few minutes to tell you a little bit about the hub in Europe and what we are going to be doing or what we are already doing here because we have been working on this for several months. We started to do things here. And this office or this branch of this Institute for the Future of Education in Europe has its only personality. We are here with a foundation, a private foundation that allows us to operate in Europe as an European entity so that we can have collaboration work projects with the government, like the government of Cantabria, university like the University of Cantabria, with which we have a close relationship, and that is why we are here in this region, and also with colleagues that are here. with whom we have worked in the past, and others we are about to find, and with whom we want to comply the mission and the target of this Institute for the Future of Education in this region of Europe. Now, let me tell you a little bit what this mission or dream is. Our dream is to improve the life of millions of people by transforming higher education and learning throughout life around the world. Higher education and learning throughout life help us in our work with adults and people who went, goes to the university, has gone or hasn't gone to the university, needs to continue to have formation for the rest of their life. Some people say, why don't we work in basic education? That is a very important area. We decided to focus there because 40%, around 40% of the expenditure in education worldwide is done on higher education and in training to labor force and learning throughout life and research and teaching, learning, and resume, curricula, flexibility, incursion, and in those segments in higher education and learning throughout life, this is very low, maybe lower than 10%. And of course, in research worldwide, and there are a few groups working on those topics. This is the sector where the institute is located because they want to transform higher education and learning throughout life. And everything we do at the institute with these great guiding principles. First is flexibility, customization of learning in order to give people with this customized learning trajectory and give them flexibility with the use of technologies. The second of these guiding principles is that education must be according to people's needs when it comes to pedagogy, technology, and also what we have learned about neuroscience so that people, according to their context, can have the best learning. Education must be inclusive, focusing on education for all, especially in those groups that are not addressed, those vulnerable communities that have little access to education, maybe people with lower resources, or people living in rural populations, or people who are in poverty conditions. Lastly, education must be outstanding. This education that has to be outstanding, connected to the needs of society, industry, businesses, but also it has to be responsive, responding at a faster way to those needs, in particular in higher education, with the cycles of formation that are very long. We take long to make curricula and also in graduating students, and then on seeing the results from those students in society. And these three words, flexible, proper, inclusive, and outstanding, in English make the acronym FAIR. The education must be fair, and it is something we pursue in the Institute for the Future of Education. At the Institute, we do four things, especially one of them is research. Interdisciplinary research, around 50% of the 110 people working at the Institute for the Future of Education do interdisciplinary research. Here in Cantabria, we have a couple of researchers. And by the end of the year, we are going to have four. And I think that by the end of next year, will be between six and eight. I hope researchers hired in the institute, connecting to researchers of the University of Canterbury and other universities, and also others that are in Mexico in the Institute for the Future of Education. This interdisciplinary research is done around five big challenges we have seen and identified in the world. They are challenges we want solve, but we want to solve outstanding problems around those five big challenges. And I'll briefly talk about them. One of the challenges is increase the learning results in our students by increasing participation and motivation on the students. It is a topic that has to do with understanding students from their emotions, from neuroscience, and also use pedagogies and technologies to maintain that interest and participation and interaction of the students. The second big challenge is to make a more efficient education and with more quality through educational systems based on competencies, allowing us to define more accurately what our student has to learn, and also allows to assess with a portfolio of evidences with higher quality the learning they have. Number three has to do something that the president mentioned a while ago. This is social mobility, labor mobility for people to have access to jobs with more added value, more quality, and a personal development that will make them feel more complete as persons. This challenge has to do with forming and learning throughout life, and to break a little bit with the traditional schemes, what in English is called front-loading education. This is pro-loading, preloading education. Many times in our countries, we define our educational systems as if we were going to learn till 22 or 23, and then we don't learn anymore. When what we need to do is continuous formation throughout life, and this continuous formation throughout life also allows to address the challenges of societies and new things like the green skills, digital skills, and all these challenges we have, and that in Europe and the rest of the world, they are very important. The fourth challenge is making sure we can escalate education with quality. When we escalate education, we usually think this is a synonym of bad quality. However, now we have the technologies and pedagogies to escalate education with quality, optimize many processes with technologies like the ones of AI or generative AI, and it releases time and quality for teachers on the interaction with their students. And the fifth challenge is to make education more affordable with more value. For it to have more value, we have to reduce the cost, and also we have to increase the value of education, the value perceived in education, so that the return will be greater. And this, with this, it has more quality and is more accessible. This research we're doing in the Institute for the Future of Education, that is one of the four great areas in the Institute, is done pursuing with the solution of these important problems in these big challenges I have mentioned that have to do with quality, access, and effectiveness or efficiency of education. And what we pursue with our research is not only making research products, but also making methodologies, intellectual property that allows to escalate these solutions and that they will have an impact on learners, students, people who are working or looking for a job in the labor force. And to do this, we have different mechanisms to convey this learning in order to achieve this. One of them goes through entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship in educational technology, we have an area in the institute where we have an incubator, an accelerator, an innovation program, and a technological transfer program that wants to generate companies and startups that are validated by science in their results, that have results validated through studies, impact measurement for these results that allow that after they touch thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of students, they will do it according to the principles that education must be fair, as I mentioned before. The second way we do it is through impact projects with governments, educational systems, consultation projects we have had in Latam, Europe, Africa, and we want to increase in order to work with governments, university systems, multilateral organisms, and then have this impact on learners, students, and labor force. Lastly, through mechanisms of spreading and connection, and we're in the Observatory for the Institute of Future of Education and the IFE conference that used to be the International Congress of Educational Innovation that is done in January in Mexico. And like this boot camp we have today, get not only the spreading and also the community formation, like in this workshop and in this boot camp, it's an interdisciplinary community that wants to see how to work together to work out these great issues, not only through innovation, but through the impact as well. Lastly, we want to mention that much of what we do, we want to do it by connecting in an open and collaborative way. I say open because we share things, and also we want to include researchers, entrepreneurs, and people who are innovators in our initiatives that we are creating. And also in a collaborative way, we co-create together, design together projects and initiatives that allow us to achieve this impact. And from the Hub Europe and the Institute for Future of Education, we hope to have more connections, more partners, so that we can be like accomplice of many things you are going to be doing here, especially with the university and government of Cantabria, and also with the colleagues in here and seeing us in the distance. So we hope to continue to work together with you, and thank you for your attention. We thank the three members of the table for your messages, Juan Pablo Murra. And with this event, we finish the inauguration, the grand opening of the hub. We thank you for being here, and please stay with us in this cocktail we are going to have in our appreciation for being here. This is going to be in the same area where we had the other coffee breaks. And also, you can go out to the garden and enjoy the beautiful day we have here. The authorities here at the table, I ask you to stay here for what we call the family picture. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good afternoon. I'm sorry, but I'm not getting the audio. Sorry about that. We are not getting the audio. We are waiting for the audio in order to continue with the interpretation. Our apologies about that. We want to apologize about these technical difficulties. We are not getting the audio and research. And then we have some internal journeys where we have these situations in these advances. And many times with government changes, because there is a law, they come of them, come and change it, and then it's improving. I always advocate for other people, of course, with a law, a state of law for it to maintain, but it's not getting. Therefore, sometimes those laws, what they try to rule is not what we consider as a group of professionals dedicated the best way possible for the receivers. And in those cases, we make a manifest, a paper for the ministry, for the media, and for the important organisms informing of the disagreements and the reasons and proposing for it to stay as it is or to have only those changes. Well, that's how we work, and in this on this regard, the situation has been moving forward, and we see results. And of course, they could be better, and it would be they would be very convenient. But yeah, there are some achievements, and this is what it is about. Work all together. we have talked about interdisciplinary and collaborative work. So this is a way to move forward because we haven't talked about this other one. Now, the ancient statement is one of the papers, and there are many bringing lights, steps, and data that are the proper ones for inclusion. So if you are interested in this, please download it and check it because this is a complete document and with quality. Inclusion leaders, I'm sure you know it, made by Tony Booth and May Lyskov from the University of Manchester, is being a benchmark for schools because it's an index with many items that schools must gather. This is for schools. This is for schools, especially in the United Kingdom, and has been internationally accepted because it is a proper one. We always know there are no common recipes, but with nuances of change. That's why they are used for references and positive references too. So this index is also a paper to take into consideration because here we are going against the clock and it's efficient against the barriers for learning and participation. So we have mentioned the laws that continue to contribute. In the laws in Spain, it was very good because it had a economical situation for educational centers to have support equipment, etc. So and in this chart, they asked for some teachers that went to a congress in the University of Brasilia. It's not only because it's an article of mine in this technological emphasis for students with special educational needs. So it has evolved because it is from 2011, but they are on this monograph, and you will find articles from professors that have a lot to say and that are very recognized. And one is Miguel Ángel Verdugo, a professor from the University of Salamanca, and with a long trajectory of work on this regard. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, well, let me speak by heart because I like to show the links if you want to use them, but it is available, there's no problem. Another topic I wanted to mention is technologies and the importance they have. We'll know for the day to day and the work for social life and everything, they are there and with a great role. But about the topic for today, people with disabilities or for vulnerable groups, it is convenient for them to be accessible. I guess that the great majority knows the WISE that are the international standards of accessible design. Or at the end of the presentation, you will find a bibliography of our job, and in there you also see the link to download the wide standards. There are also validation days to see when there's a link of the website you want to analyze, it does it automatically and it gives you the results of where it is failing, what is complying in the different guidelines, etc. Here we have symbols of diversity that are really recognized, informing about the different disabilities. And now to close, we mentioned these research projects that we have in this group now. These are five we have closed. This one that was about technology for people with disability with a lot of materials available on this website because all these projects are financed and they are forced to be in open and the manuals are available. The technological apps that are being done, they'll have technology manuals and different guidelines, infographics, and four different works that are the fruit of each work in each project. These projects are usually for different European countries. They vary. Let's say they are Hungary, Bulgaria, Turkey, Belgium. UK before the Brexit. We have had several good ones with the University of Leeds, Manchester, Germany also, and it was about technology. It was not for disabilities, but for technologies in the university. They are varied, and we shouldn't be entertaining that. They are available, and also at the end we have these emails, and we can facilitate the information of what you would like to have. We have mentioned this. Let's go to the next one. Here's the wild link. Anyway, those projects have different targets, but always they have the common denominator of favoring groups that are vulnerable, sort of say, with different situations, whether economical, political, school failure, family failure aspects, etc. Always those invitations have those nuances of improvement of life and the quality of their lives for those people. At the end of the presentation, because they have the name of the project in one of the screens, they are five and the link. But since we didn't have time to mention the link at the end, it's as an annex, each one of the projects with a brief summary of what they are about, the purpose, and the results they have that they don't have yet. Because, like I said, they are in the process. But this is what we have. And thank you so much. We are here. If you don't have enough information with these links and the bibliography, well, we are going to keep in touch. Thank you. This is what I mentioned before, K2, and I think I don't have more time. So, with this, I'll be more than happy to receive your questions. The next and the next. Hi, this is Jorge Sanabria from Tecnológico Monterrey, the Institute for the Future of Education. Thank you. Thank you for your patience with that connection. It usually happens, and fortunately, Paloma has done a good job. And what she mentioned is something that is sustained on the slides we have prepared for you. So please check them out later. And right in this point, what we want to share is that inclusion not only appears in what we hear the most, maybe gender or spaces for vulnerable communities, but also in research. There are problems we have to face. Unfortunately, just in time, science is trying to fight one of the problems that maybe is not obvious, very obvious, is the distance between the privilege of researchers, we who are here, and the community who is there, the community we serve, and that sometimes the misusage of research is that sometimes we use communities with research purposes. So, fortunately, science has been given and it has fought to reduce these gaps and to make community between researchers, research groups, and communities. So, how do we get this? Well, this is done by using the volunteering of thousands or millions of people in projects. So this is an open invitation so that the community will use their devices in this case and gather information. Not only gather or take pictures of the birds they see on the way or the type of stars they saw that night, but also that they can interpret that and that they can help to make a diagnosis of the problem in their surrounding, and even more, also analyze the data they obtain and that they can be a part of publishing in the same groups, research groups. On this aspect, we also identify barriers with the academia, with teachers, students, and that have a methodology and how to bring this technology so that they can work together. Well, we have here three examples of projects in citizen science we have launched from the group of Reasoning for Complexity and the Institute for the Future of Education. Ideaton CXT has been done in different cities of Mexico and Panama. It's a project with AI that wants to develop the individual competence of the participants so that we can bring the types of behaviors they have to solve a problem in their surrounding environment. When you bring this to a community, well, that is a project you see on your right. This is Humetab Urban Hub as this model on the advanced and what is alive, done with a new environmental science museum that has received all the gold awards this year. This is in Guadalajara, the city I am representing. This is a co-created project where professors and students make a team. There are no hierarchies, and these teams want to solve problems. We help them to create their own propositions and research protocols, and this project has a sub project. Those are novel projects supported by ICE, by the way, and this sub-project you see here is called MIKE. It's an open grid of initiatives of citizen science. It's important to highlight that every project is an open platform with transparent data so that everyone can implement. This other project allows participants to assess, to take this role of project assessors. And with those evaluations, then they are empowered, they learn, and take ownership of these initiatives of citizen science. And we do this with a typology called the threshold for citizen science projects. You have access to this article, scientific article, that has eight components. And these eight components rule the impact we want to measure from these projects. So I can briefly mention them. This is context awareness. How much do you know your environment? How much do you involve citizens like crowdsourcing, interpreters, analysts? How much do you use the existing infrastructure that is built or the human infrastructure? Technological innovation, when you use drones, mobile apps, educational innovation, the methodology level that we usually think of, the scope that can be replicated, the network creation on the five innovation axes, and then the main interest to develop the complex thinking. Now I'll pass it over. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. Well, here I want to add more to the information Paloma and Jorge have given us about the tools we could use to reduce the gap between the populations and education. One of these tools are the open educational resources, and all the initiatives we have heard about that Paloma and Jorge have told us include these resources. The benefits, I think, are obvious with what we have heard, but I'm going to focus more on the challenges where we or who want to design open resources would have to take into consideration to reduce these gaps. One of these challenges is that even there is an initiative of designing these open educational resources many times, and we don't take into consideration the populations or the audience or audiences that go beyond that what we have inside because they could be put aside. So in this sense, minorities again are affected because they don't get these resources that we didn't have at site before. Another challenge linked to this is, for example, when we design open educational resources in different languages to attract different populations in there, we invite to understand what other populations can capture these resources. So in this regard, we make translations and use technology or platforms that can make these translations. On the other hand, is that contents can be adapted to help audiences. If we are talking about content for children, for example, like young adults, these resources should have this ability to adapt to reach the targets. And another point is about sustainability. Thinking that these resources could be updated for them to remain within time. All the information and all the knowledge is always evolving. Therefore, it has to be designed according to this. What can we change in the future so that that design resource won't stay in the past and that can be used again in the future? So in the past initiatives, we tried to do this with the help of different participations, different researchers. We want to have these benefits considering the challenges behind them. Now I'll pass it over to the next person. Thank you. What about this light game we gave you? It's cool, right? We can change the light, the color, and this is for you to stay awake, for you not to get bored. Now I'm going to close this blog talking about where all this recovers. In the morning, Marisol said there could be innovation in products, services, processes, knowledge, and all this if you think about it, somehow is articulated in a sequential way. Sometimes we have all these ways of innovation in only one project. So we have seen the laws that Paloma talked about, the projects Jorge is developing, and how these generate resources that Pamela just explained. Now I'm going to talk about the platforms. This is the digital means recovering all these we are talking about in this moment. Next slide, please. We're working on logic to involve diverse stakeholders. The image you saw a while ago is about the platform, is one of the projects we are developing, and this is the OpenNet R4C that has the purpose as much of our job to have this complex thinking in university students. And this is by articulating resources that have to do with scientific, social, and technology learning. But it wouldn't work in an inclusive way if we don't bring the voices of different stakeholders, the ones that are going to receive the benefit, we imagine, including who they make it with and what they want to say, and who make the decision of including this type of resources in their resume, curricula, programs, even in their policies and intentions. These stakeholders force us to make some decisions. Next slide, please. And those decisions are levered, have leverage at least with the work we're doing after understanding this profile that brings the people we are addressing. Who are we working for? Who do we want to benefit for how long? How to allow to these resources to escalate or to replicate? And this has leverage on the open it R4C platform, like with this decision tree. We ask the system to recognize these profiles stated by participants in the platform role of users, and this profile triggers a route that we could call the customized one after using AI tools. That is the purpose we have. Why? Next slide, please. In order to start to conceptualize projects that will be more inclusive. And when I say projects, I talk about systems that have features and that are, serve certain people. On the chair, you found some post-its or sticky notes, and those sticky notes is for you to help us to write something. We notice that technology sometimes betrays us, and it wouldn't keep its word. So we decided to move an activity we had in the digital environment to the analog environment. So this tool you see behind me is a graphic representation of a design methodology, and it crosses uses three types of information. On one hand, we have the activities that a platform, educational platform would be asking towards the ones that are in the user role. So when I start a platform, it asks me to read, to interpret. It asks me to identify, to locate, to make decisions. But there could be certain conditions in my life, my background and context that keep me from doing those actions. And if we use a tool like this, when conceptualizing a system, then we can imagine what the technological tool is that allows me to take this fit. What we are doing in our platform is try to address five barrier dimensions, beginning with some limits, sensorial or perception limits, and continue with learning styles as we use the BARC methodology, the one that says that some people learn by reading, others are visual, auditive, or kinesthetic. Understanding that there could also be barriers from the socioeconomical context or socio-demographic context. If an example doesn't speak to me because it talks about male models or a country different to mine or a culture that doesn't explain anything, maybe that would be a barrier to me. And the other inclusion level or to eliminate barriers are these barriers that come from neural diversity. I have told you that barriers we want to address and we are going to address them. And those platforms with different routes, what you see in green, are the types of resources in the channels where we want to bring the information and the educational materials and learning experiences to our participants in the platform. I'm going to ask you to be so kind to write what you think about in this posted. You can cross these three parts in the minutes we are going to have, and maybe we can take 10 minutes and you can write a barrier you have seen, and it can be maybe impossible to let go because of some people, and what types of hindrances a certain profile could have, and then what solution do you think is working? Maybe audio resources or blogs, maybe AI, what you can think of. And in this time I'm going to ask my colleagues who have the microphone to go and ask some of you so the people who are connected online can hear these ideas at the end. It would be great if you put your post-it in those papers on the wall so that we can gather that information and include it in the design of our platform. So go ahead, please. You can talk to the person beside you, think out loud. And Jose Carlos, if you can ask the people here in the room, yeah, if someone wants, raise your hand and I will bring you the microphone. If you want to clarify a point, if somebody needs a pen, some people are helping us to bring you the pens. In just one sticky note, write a barrier you spotted and the solution, or that you can think of. And the solution could be the application of a technology or a strategy. Learning barriers in any of these five dimensions I mentioned a while ago. You can glue them on the wall when you have them. We have one already. Come on, go for it. And you can begin to glue them on the charts. There are the canvas on the wall. Please use them. One more, Caro, please. Write another one. It's pressure, right? Who would like to share? I well, personally, I think all of us agree. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Well, my peer and I have chosen the architectural barrier and visual disability barrier, the auditive one, the digital gap, and the digital literacy information gap. Thank you, and thank you. Hello. Here on the walls, we have some post-it or sticky notes mentioning some types of barriers. And here we have a sticky note that says the imposter complex. It says it's a sociocultural access barrier, a feeling of not belonging to the system. We also have another sticky note that says physical barriers for reduced mobility, another one that says students with visual disabilities, and the possible solution is to place the audio option. Wonderful. Now let's go to this side. Here we can read. The next is the barrier, barrier one, lack of attention because of the overstimulation, this possible resource, interaction strategies, and another post-it that is time, the solution, micro learning, video and podcasts. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to share? Now here we have other sticky notes says lack of software for people with visual uh, problems, barriers, reading with small writing. The solution could be to use attractive audios. We also have students with some language barrier. In parentheses, they also say indigenous language, and the possible solution is the translation to their main language. Here we have the digital gap, and I can't read this digital gap. Well, this is something very serious. On this side, we have understanding barrier and also digital gap, gender, and number three, I don't know, uh, disability barrier. We also have resources barriers in English and Spanish or spoken language solution translation with sign language. We also have the learning barrier, lack of digital ability solution formations on digital competences. And we have a last one that is a visual barrier, access to audio materials by using the exceptions of, I don't know what it says here, but that is another barrier. Okay, next, please. After these reflections, we encourage the rest to bring contribution with your sticky notes. You still have 3 minutes very quickly, and thank you. Citizen science, or if you want us to go with the microphone, yes. Here we have an opinion while Jose Carlos gets here. And I'm talking on my behalf because sometimes you go to a platform and There's a very technical language. So what can we do so that it can have a translation, interdisciplinary translation? There are very technical concepts in a discipline that other discipline wouldn't understand. So this gap or this bridge would be very interesting to open the capabilities. There are like two answers for what you are presenting. On one hand, we need to cure the contents, and that's why interdiscipline is proper because it allows us to validate and make sure if we actually are launching or promoting information that can be understood in any discipline and maybe any other level as we talk about university students on one hand. On the other hand, we must understand this what you say is key aspects when we are talking about barriers that come from context like socio-economical and socio-demographic. We can talk the same way and explain with the same examples. For example, 18-year-old indigenous living in a marginated community or a guy the same age living in a city in a privileged situation. Not because they don't understand the same things, but because the examples don't echo the same way. So it is true. We can translate everything, but we can be careful so that the language will be inclusive, addressing this diversity. So, interdiscipline, again, is one of the answers, but also the intention of doing it that way. Would you like to add something? Yeah, according to this, also, we are implementing the easy reading. Easy reading, for example, there are international papers or important documents in this National Organization of Pensillo de Fermi, that is an association for people with disability. It's very important and with a lot of activity. So the paper that all with all the scientific rigor of data, numbers, charts, and then the easy reading version. So it is according to those cases we are mentioning. And this double publication is so feasible. It can be applied on text school context or university context, even though the university has certain levels that we have to complement, but they can make it their own. Sometimes we need to go to glossaries, then they have dominion on that terminology, but the first step is for support, help. That's what it is about. It's kind of far. We can hear you. I'm sorry, we cannot hear them. If you can stand up, please. I don't know if the barrier is removed, but if this is if I have the classroom, and I don't know if there is a lack of commitment or in particular. But what I have proposed is students that are not motivated. I don't know what is happening, but the only interest commented by a speaker is to pass, whether they learn or not, don't learn. They just want to pass, and they don't care about a good grade or bad grade, and that's it. So this is the barrier I see, and let's see the possible solution it can bring. Thank you so much. Did you suggest a solution, something that it works for you? Possible solutions. Applying technology. I don't know if it happens to you or not, but in particular, lately, every time I try to use technology, they go. They are so scattered. So they use the technology instead of focusing more on the topics, they are even more scattered. So I don't know. I haven't seen any solution. I put a question mark in the possible solution. So maybe altogether can find something. There was a comment here, right? Sandra, please illuminate us. Well, thank you so much. What you have put makes a lot of echo, and according to what you commented, yes, I would like, I don't know if it's a solution, but as giving subjects in diversity, inclusion, and technology for those people that don't know about it, I encourage you to know that do a wheel, the universal design for learning in this wheel, and we have the latest version. Not even a year. It gives you a lot of apps where we can use technologies with sense. I think it's one of the possible barrier eliminations. And here we mention which could be those barriers, like the language that many times we label. I try to build labels and we say this person has learning difficulties. If you gave me a text in Chinese, I wouldn't read it. I wouldn't understand anything. So let us step in the other person's shoes. It is important. The motivation topic that our colleague from Granada mentioned probably many times, it is true that the subjects we give are kind of dense, not attractive. It's not about making them attractive, but we try at least to go from the student's interest. In class, many times, if you want to impose, you won't get anything. But if you break and parting from their interest, we have also tried to do this by if they find a way to do something to them, you make them part of it, and they take their own assignment. And this is one of the ways to keep it into consideration if it helps you. And here I'm giving some tips that maybe could help us to make more dynamic or at least try to be in these collaborative topics and to have this relationship, pedagogy relationship we talk about a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sandra. Hi, this is Jose Antonio Hernandez from the University of Cantabria. I think it's very interesting what you have been presenting, but I continue to see, or I think there are two different dimensions about the education challenge in the knowledge society. One is where there is more consensus, and it has to do that people, no matter what their capabilities are, can be part of the educational process. And I think a lot of decisions have been made and very good policies in each country and according to their own characteristics with different results. However, I think there is another challenge linked to this that has to do with this ownership of knowledge. I explained all these measurements that are usually produced in access to knowledge seem to focus on making us good users, good consumers, and good producers of the knowledge factory. We can go through this process to generate the raw materials of this current society, and on the other hand, continue to consume. It doesn't have to be bad at all. But here we have some challenges that are important, I think. First, knowledge circulation is not homogeneous or fair. There's a circulation that are stronger, and it seems we have forgotten in the academic context, and this is really important. How do you establish these connections? And that brings us to this dialogue of knowledge as a process that is not only to recognize these materials, but has to do with a person how to have this inclusive knowledge production and escape from this cognitive getting lost. That is one of the realities that are happening nowadays. On this regard, I don't know if from your point of view we can develop from research and thinking in the future education that is inclusive, not only for the access to the classroom, but to take ownership of knowledge and then fight the lack of dialogue and this cognitive to establish why propositions. Thank you for the question. Yeah, we can add And according to what we have presented, I would say that in this case, the citizen science is working close with the inhabitants, especially it is strong on education that is non-formal. It is also an area that sometimes we put aside and very powerful because it allows a co-creation beyond what usually formal education could allow. So we want to invite the inhabitants to be part of the process. It is something typical on non-formal education. Now, we also see that technology, this bi-directional access, and it is also an opportunity for people to participate in the process. I think that in the different educational levels, pressure of teachers for them to deliver in time the subject they are guiding. Sometimes they don't have enough time to have this co-creation process with the students. And yeah, I believe that as they advance higher education, maybe there's a window. I think there's a better window to invite students to be part of the creation and design the subject they are going to receive. It seems to be an impossible mission, but we have seen it, and maybe it's a recommendation. I don't know if you have another point of view, and thank you for the question. It's very accurate. Right. And I agree with Jorge with the negotiation, the agreement, what they call contract, because there are situations in which students are like just negative, so to say. And we go back to the topic, and this is a parenthesis of the legislation. For example, there are topics where the demand level allows to move without approving or passing, and it generates an environment with a lack of effort. And then we have this activity in the classrooms, but the teacher must fight, must motivate, they must contribute for them to be hungry of learning. And there are many ways it can be to negotiate, like the classes, like methodologies. There are many. And for example, the flipped classroom gives a good result because they design and they present, depending on the levels, but they present classes to their teachers. They do it in groups. It is a cooperative group. They are documented. They give them the foundations, and from there, they increase everything. So the motivation is important. They have also mentioned the learning styles, and it's another topic to take into consideration and that not always considered. These characteristics to give them tutorship, to listen to them, or to have these solutions. We know it's not easy, but there are many methodologies to see them, put them into practice, and see the results in evaluating. But we shouldn't give up. Okay, thank you. Now let's go to the final activity of this presentation, and this is the Menti. There's a QR code or the number code for you to have access. The code is 87737174. Please go to menti.com and type the code 87737174 or scan the QR code. And let's start with the first question. It says, what type of barriers limitate more the university students with disabilities? And here we're gonna ask Ines, Paloma, Jorge, or Pamela if you want to comment the results we're getting. So far, we have seven that are about comprehension, five about integration, and one about representation. We have one more that is perception, and most of the votes are on compensation as a limiting barrier. Would you like to comment? Comprehension, okay. This is not a test. There's no right answer. What it shows is what we have seen in our own experience. Apparently, we are more worried about things that are a barrier to understand. So our job, wherever in any project, in anything we do, can be focusing on this that represents our greatest concern. It continues to exist, and there are barriers for the representation of vulnerable groups and barriers for perception limitations that are sensorial or cognitive. So now let's go to the second because we are about to go to leave. The second is, in which area do you think we need more research on diversity attention? And again, it's your opinion, what brings, what comprises your expertise, and the options are what has to do with disabilities or diversity, functional diversity or neural diversity, attention to the digital gap, gender perspective, and the last option is colonization. And in some latitudes, like in LATAM, it takes an important role. So far, it goes even. So it tells us maybe we will have to distribute our efforts in all these topics. Fortunately, there are many people worried about this, so we can guarantee that each one of the efforts we make in our research will include all these without leaving any of the topics. The last is a word cloud that we are going to build. We want to know how technology would help for a better and more inclusive future for everyone. Please write your ideas. You will have three opportunities, I think, to include words or short ideas. And well, we are going to take all these to include the concerns of this group that we have here, and that has allowed us to understand your visions. And for these projects that we are now developing in the research group in reasoning for complexity. Okay, we are even accessibility is what you can see in the center, multimodality, customization, empowerment, accessible interfaces that have to do with the central word awareness. And these can be strategies that we can take for the developing of technology applications we already know, or even as we want to find technological developments to all this that is seen as something important. Accessibility, flexible knowledge, empowerment, they have a central approach. Well, I think we can close now. If you agree, yeah, we are good in time. What was that, Marisol? Yeah, she's doing science. Well, if you use a sticky note and you are thinking about it, if you finish, please give it to us. This is valuable material to us. And in the last 5 minutes, if anyone has an idea for closing that you would like to share, or if you have a question, is there any question? Well, here we have a question or comment. I don't know. Back there. Well, back there. Yeah, we did it. Well, go ahead, Antonio. Okay. In your conceptual map, what place has a co-production of knowledge of students? and teachers. Well, what I put in some of the slides as important is to consider different actors. Who are we making materials for products or services, and who is designing that? But all this in as a group. It is so important to include these visions, and these vision not from silos. And this is something that, of course, facilitates the strategy generation. Yeah, we have a question back there. Let me add about this note, if you agree, before the question. Just in citizen science, in the citizen science, this integration goes throughout all the process, meaning people are considered the same level of researchers. They are the ones that are going to build research from the beginning to the end and will have credit for this in the researcher level. So this is a co-production process from the co-creation, the problem analysis, but also in the last output. And like someone mentioned, these are those papers that can have a list of thousands of people. Like in the movies, at the end you see the credits and you see thousands of stakeholders. It's ridiculous, but this is how citizen science is done. If they want to appear, thank you for the question. Congratulations and for all the projects that you have presented. And I was reading your thesis, and I noticed it's in engineering, and you use a lot of topics like this. And I also see it focuses on product and service development. So my question is, in aspects about diversity and inclusion, the design for diversity and inclusion, you see that these tools can work for what we call now Industry 5.0, that is adapting technology towards the people. What would be your comment and your relationship with this when it comes to education that is linked in here? Thank you for reading me, first of all. Well, let's say one of my main concerns is that in the lack of guidance on how to use these AI and generative technology, we need to start making decisions and to make ethical frameworks. And one of them has to be with no doubt, and don't forget what we want technology for and what we want generative tools for that will help us make better decisions. Those decisions must always agree with the human benefit. If we don't take provisions, if we don't generate tools so that this design of technologies, products, and services to have the human benefit in the center, it could be risky without giving an apocalyptic stage, but it can be risky that sometimes the purpose and impact we want to have is diluted. So I think that while the laws get here to use these technologies, this is a way to remember what our anchor is and where we have to be standing. One last point, 1 minute, please. It's just to mention the important aspect of mental health. It is something that after the pandemic, it was almost everywhere, and it has affected, radically affected. Apparently, sometimes it's not considered, but now it has had more consideration. This mental health aspect, anxiety, and every effect that comes with stress and these stress societies where we live, and this is worldwide, it is something that I think should be emphasized when it comes to barriers that probably it is not like a physical thing or something that is tangible, but it prevails in every society where we live nowadays. Thank you. Right. This is a current problem that increases and it goes in crescendo. So many actions are being taken. Last week, I think, if not some days before, there have been some activities about this situation because not only students but also teachers have a lot of sequels having as personal contact from other latitudes, from other countries, with this sensation of concern. And what we say, besides that there are specialists to support these people, we need to keep it in mind and take action on this. Same thing with the situation we mentioned a while ago on ethics and the professional ideology. So if we apply this to technologies, I encourage you to start working on this and create some decalogues or some little manuals or publications in the media, scientific, that address this topic, that they presented, and that they can see alternatives by presenting these aspects that can be positive, but also calling the attention in the problems they could generate. In all this, we have a lot of work to do, and we need to raise a voice. So we have to propose, and then things will happen, like in inclusion. It was generated by some associations, and after raising the voice and asking, we have reached where the place where we are now. In all these aspects that grow, start, and are presented, well, we have to present this and not only comment, but say what we are doing. Because I have had from Argentina, from Mexico, and things are being done. So be bold and go for it. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We are going to the last presentation of the day. Please, thank you so much for the round of applause to encourage our speakers. And to close the session for today, we have Mariana Buenestado Fernandez from the Cantabria University and Jose Maria Romero Rodriguez, also from the Cantabria University, that are going to be here. Oh, from Granada. I'm sorry. That is beside uh, a person that is from the University of Cantabria. That's what I meant to say. And they will talk about the next topic, transferring research with discussions and value conclusions with knowledge with social impact. Go ahead, please. Good afternoon, everyone. We know this is the last presentation, so we will try to be as dynamic as possible. Well, universities have different traditional duties like teaching, research, management. They also have knowledge transfer, and this knowledge transfer requires a social impact. Since 2015, the UN and every educational institution has been giving strategies, plans, programs, and 17 sustainable development targets. So in our presentation, we are going to address this knowledge transfer with social impact, and we are going to link it to the last parts of scientific research, discussion and conclusions. When we talk about knowledge transfer, we mention the use of different tools, meaning we use the results in the research that have been validated by the community and by the researchers. Well, in conclusion, knowledge transfer demands the extension of what we're learning and extend our knowledge to a value chain with different degrees of use for people and society. It is important to wonder what is our research good for to generate knowledge that is valuable. Also, we have to decide the usage of our knowledge. Therefore, from the first time, we want you to start reflecting, thinking about this knowledge you are generating in your PhD thesis, papers, projects, and what is the added value that they have? What is the social usage this knowledge is going to have? Without knowledge transfer, there's no progress, even less in educational innovation. Therefore, as researchers, we can't fall in common sense. Universities propose two key concepts: knowledge transfer and transference. It is important to see the difference between one concept and the other. In knowledge transmission, we advocate for the spreading accessibility and also for the scientific literacy. I remember the thesis of my dear friend, and for this transparency we make in our research, in our all our research, so that the scientists can understand and rethink what we are bringing and putting on the table. Yes, these are two concepts that relate, but also they have different nuances when we talk about transference. The differentiator is in how we apply the results. From aim on research, we know that today we have more democratic processes when it comes to building knowledge, processes where we can invite citizens to take part in our research. It is important to have the citizen participation in science. We must reduce the gap in the scientific community and society. When we transfer, the sources is a good start point that is cognitive and stimulation and motivation, but we need to go a little bit further as we apply this. There are different knowledge transfer models, and here I show you some of them. One of the best known, this is called Network Improvement Community from the American Institution for Research. It is basically based on five phases. The first phase is that we have to identify our transfer communities, our potential participants. In the last informs about knowledge transfer in the educational arena. It calls the attention to the groups of research, meaning that they must invite professionals, external agents like Jose Maria and me in different educational stages, different sectors, regional managers with this formation and innovation, and also with associations and foundations, social entities that guarantee that knowledge transfer. A second phase is based on identifying the needs, not only in this top down model, the model where researchers are going to explore needs, lacks, limitations, but also we will hear to those external agents that can help us see and understand more problems on these communities. Third, this model proposes a cycle in the transfer. First, design a transfer plan, implement it, and the most difficult, measure these transfers. Sometimes it's very difficult, and sometimes we even forget when measuring transfer, we have to consider different dimensions in the evaluation. For example, this design, the learning, evaluation on students, another perception, but also in the competence they obtain, this predisposition to change culture in that group that is transferring the materials, the resources, predisposition to change, institutional support, and lastly, and to close, we have it invites us to reflect on our performance, our transfer, so that on a fourth phase we can say we can give details on our facilitating elements and also our barriers, what our opportunities have been, but also our pending challenges. Lastly, we are going to communicate what we transfer, not only on in scientific events, in congresses or journals, but also in more extended environments or in more informal environments, like where we can visit, as I could be last year with some colleagues in these monologues in 15 or 20 minutes in bars, pubs. They were exposing their transfer. And of course, not only the scientific community was invited, but also the society in general. They told us that we needed to give some tips for this successful transfer of knowledge transfer. First of all, we are going to analyze, we are going to study the social political framework, we are going to know the social, cultural, political characteristics of the different contexts where we want to transfer. We understand the same. I remember when I visited Monterey, I visited Marisol. We wanted to see if we could understand the reasoning for complexity in this concept, how North America and Latam or Europe understand this, and we are going, and these colleagues with which we want to transfer knowledge, and we will see what conceptions they have about this topic and the ideas they have. Another key aspect are the professional life conditions. Those colleagues, where did they give science? What are the resources they have, materials they have? if we want to transfer our knowledge in different regions in the world and in different countries. More things, interests, or the importance our transfer has for those communities. What use does it have for those communities and context of practice? Is it really what we are? Is it that we transferring useful semantics? We are used to have this scientific language, but when we transfer, we must have effective communication. We must develop communicative skills, linguistic skills for an audience that is not specialized. Simple, clear messages of what we want to convey. And feedback of that, reception level. When we transfer knowledge, is not an accurate educational aspect of one day. Knowledge transfer is a process. We must know if this product we have generated will be will continue to be useful for that community if we will continue to use it. It's not a functional thing. Lastly, the format when we present this product through of our transfer, and not only to static characteristics, but especially to accessibility for everyone. In the beginning, I mentioned we would have an activity to see the last parts of our scientific research on how we can connect knowledge transfer with a discussion and the conclusions of our papers. We know that in discussions we expose our results from the most important to the least ones, and we contrast with results from other researchers. We show the new knowledge we are bringing, and we briefly talk about our limitations. We suggest new research lines, and if we have preliminary conclusions. But don't forget an important aspect argument, the meaning our knowledge has, the knowledge we are generating. We have generated a solid knowledge based on consistency tests. And also, we are going to think if this knowledge is acceptable to inform innovation routes. Definitely. Implications for the educational practice. We will try to detail everything possible in that discussion and conclusions and see what it is good for. Next, we are going to show some tools and examples of knowledge transfer. Some years ago, I had a chance to be in a graphical chart called this toolkit where we gathered educational practices based on scientific evidence, educational practices on different topics. I remember one that is customized learning, another learning and service, meaning the researchers can gather those practices we develop not only through this tool, not only we inform about it, but also we leave data from our evidence and everything. Why not? But also with all that information, other professionals can get to replicate or adapt in their context those practices that are based on scientific evidence. That is now one of the challenges we have in the knowledge transfer. Now, my friend is going to expose more about this. Can you hear me? We see the application and the transfer, and this is the example. And now I have, according to this topic, four projects we have related that we have done in the University of Grenade, especially in the education science and in this group. As for these projects, these are diverse, some of them only for transfer, others have been the germ to bring these transference. And this one, for example, is more about research and with this transfer we are doing nowadays. And I want to highlight the social value that Marisol also mentioned in the beginning of this bootcamp. Just to recap what we commented this morning and where we are going to end. And this is the importance of the social value research must have to generate an actual impact. Also linked to this concept of ownership of knowledge that also was mentioned this morning afternoon, and I knew it in Monterey. After my stay in my PhD, Marisol and I were working on this, and I thought it was a very interesting term. Research was not really used, but it is important because not only we can generate this knowledge and leave it stuck or share with our university colleagues, but also we can have the possibility to broaden it and bring it to society so that any person can be linked and consult the investigation, the research, and what we are doing, and if they can use it in their day to day. As for this project, it is called with this very creative title, this application and learn, because it is about learning. In this case, uh, elementary school, immigrants, and also extended to elementary school students with educational needs, whether with disabilities or without disabilities. The idea of the project is financed and funded by the group of Andalusia is to make a mobile app so that we can improve the competence of elementary school students. And we started pilot tests with different students in the first line with immigrant students. And the truth is that we have very positive results, like in this PhD thesis developed by Blanca from the University of Grenada. And we hope you read it next year. And after this, we are doing examples, running tests with a child in this favored context. There is an area in Grenada. This is Al Manhayat neighborhood that has a lot of gypsy, a big gypsy population. You know the peculiar aspects. He spends a lot of time on the streets. They skip classes very often, and through different associations, we are collaborating with them so that we can reinforce everything they learn or they try to learn at school with these writing and reading. Here we have some images and examples where children are doing their homework, and the results are very good when it comes to this reading and through the apps. I'm not saying I'm completely in favor of technology. It's just a complementary thing. We don't want to change the learning method because I know there's a lot of polemic in the use of technology for the reading and writing, but it's only a complementary thing out of the school time to improve and facilitate these competence in the students that have some difficulties because they are dropouts or for different situations at home. As for new projects that are linked, I know we are having an actual transference. I want to talk about the Provigilat project. It's a project that is also here in the University of Granada in educational robotics. I don't know if Edgar is still here or not. He uses robotics, but it's not the purpose or the pure usage of robotics. They use robotics as a transversal element to improve something like the STEM competence, the digital competence, and the gender gap. There are many studies where this means is taken by men, most of it, and now they are beginning to try or to bring it so that more women will be encouraged to go to this topic of technology. What we are doing in the University of Grenada, well, we are trying to generate or to plant this seed in future teachers. If future teachers go with it, and if they have this enthusiasm to apply technology in their classroom after they are exercising this, we can in favor that elementary school students will have also a positive reference to use technology. This project started like this as a little experiment to see if the use of robotics in classes would improve the STEM competence and to see if the teachers would go with this aspect of technology, in this case with robotics, and then apply it. And these positive results have in favor us, and what we are doing now is to put it into practice in every course, no matter what the project is. And as we have these positive results, well, this is something we have transferred and are applying in our assignments with the students, where we always work with at least 4 or 5 weeks with robotics, in this case with Legos, and for children with other types of robots more adapted to that age, better adapted. I also want to present another project. This is about innovation based on every work we have been doing in the group of research about VR, AR, and all the generated knowledge, what we have read that is really contrasted, and we see that it's beneficial for students to use these type of tools, especially for improvements when it comes to digital competence. Here we have an example of this formation course in these actions that we are developing for this teacher innovation project, where we have different students, different teachers, teaching them these type of tools, how they work, how they can be applied with the students, so that later in our classes this can be applied in the best way possible. Lastly, this project, I have I like it, and you see me smiling, like Jose Carlos mentioned. When something we like, we show this smile. I like it for two reasons. One of them, because it connects me with Mexico. I started this project, or the seed of this project started in Mexico when I was staying in Monterrey, and I knew this that like it's a fabrication lab that had a 3D printer in a humble context, working daily with children. And after knowing this initiative, I was really excited. And I said I want to have something similar in Grenada. Then I met Diana Hernandez from the University of UNEC in Costa Rica, that also has a very interesting lab that I visited the previous year, so that I consolidated my project to try to implement it in the University of Grenada. We did it in the previous year. We finally have mounted our space in this University of Education thanks to the library that has given us the space. Usually they are the most complicated, and also the Department of Didactics and organization who believed in the project and financed at least the purchase of the first printer and material we have. What is the purpose we have, especially in this project? Well, we don't have any financing on research or innovation project. We only made a laboratory with transfer purposes. Here you have an image of some of the pieces we have printed, like a map from Spain, where is one of the communities, and even the provinces are mounted here to better know this Spanish geography, to put it in the classroom. You can see the map of Mexico that is also here to have materials in more geography, mathematical numbers to show fractions, cubes, polyhedros, and on the right you see to frog, the typical frog to teach music. We also have geometric figures that you will see this transfer we have already done in some children's schools. And we have a lot of animals as well. And they help us on biology, natural sciences, etc. Now, the idea we have here as this maker space in the library is to be like a support to teachers and students. Any professor can go to our space and ask for any object they want to print, as long as they have an educational purpose. This is the premise we have in our laboratory. We print any piece from any student or from any teacher, as long as they have an educational purpose and that later can be applied. On this regard, now we are making knowledge transfer in children's schools. The most complicated in here in the university, we usually make a lot of transfer on higher education because this is what we lack the most. But in elementary school, sometimes we get all the knowledge we are generating in the university itself. On this regard, we are lucky to collaborate in children's schools, and in this case, donate or make specific materials to teach the children certain concepts. Like here, we have a square, a circle, and a triangle that are basic geometric figures that are used in children's schools to teach them concepts in these figures to the children in a manipulative way in which children can have a better learning. Now, here we answer the different questions, and then we are going to have the time for questions and to share knowledge. So, please scan the code, and we are going to answer the questions. Well, let us continue with the last interactive activity for the day, and the Menti code is now 680330, or you can scan the QR code. Okay, the first question is, in which degree do you think it is possible to transfer all the research that is done? We have four options: nothing, a little, a lot, or much. We are going to invite the speakers to comment the answers. Well, the truth is that if you think it is a lot, it is possible to transfer all the information. Well, I would like to invite you, if you say little, tell us the difficulties you can find in this transfer so you can share them with the rest. Well, I was saying, well, here a person is raising a hand. Well, I feel is very little, but maybe this is my perception because much of the research sometimes is really abstract, and what they have presented, I think it can be applied. But the transfer, on the way I see it, is the scalability. If transferring in the near context, but then how can it escalate to the majority? So I realized that at least in LATAM or in my country, my experience is little. The research that is quickly transferred is little, or it takes a long time, or there are many implicit barriers. That's why I choose a little. I don't know what you think. Well, in this regard, yeah, there's a lot of theoretical research and maybe a change of paradigms. We are in this little applicable research to other ones that are already applied, like in Spain, the last project invitation, even here in this university and the part of Andalusia, they talk about applied projects and research. So if it doesn't have a direct application, is because the invitation is not contemplating this. So at least here in Spain, and I think also in Europe, that trend will be that research will be applied and that is going to have transfer in this aspect. They claim a lot, and that is really important. We have another opinion here. Well, thank you very much. I think that what you have done is extraordinary. I really mean it. And I want to provoke a little bit because in here you're talking about transferring research, but no, in my opinion, what we transfer is a product of the research. The research is a process to reach some conclusions, to reach some knowledge, and the product of research must be considered as an educational product. Why? Because when we are facilitating learning for other people, no matter who they are, like our work peers and other experts, and we are making an educational action. So then we confuse the terminology. Research is a process. The results of research, when codified as knowledge, are educational products. So when we start considering those products as something educational and we begin to treat those products according to what science of education and according to a discipline about open education, then we are going to be able to carry out those transfer processes because we are going to be treating that product as what it really is, that is education. So there is a big conceptual problem, like with the term impact. It's a metaphor adopted from the Anglo-Saxon world. If you can see the dictionary of the language academy, you will see the shock. They even talk in the example, they talk about a bullet that penetrates on the target. So this is an impact. It's a military aggressive word that is not in here with the idea that we have to defend. I think we also need to change the words. So social applicability, importance, transferability, but impact or imagine the impact is that I can take the article, I impact against the crystal. This is the impact. What is research? What is the impact? We have to start to redefine so that our work will begin to have a more social and more equitable impact. Thank you. Well, as we continue with this topic, it is a big concern to me because basically this is one of the big problems in education that we have that if we don't overcome, we won't be able to change things in this 21st century. And this is the time it takes since science shows that something is enough to produce learning. And that is really proved it is producing learning. I'm sorry, I can't hear what he's saying. He needs a microphone. If someone can give it a microphone. I'm sorry, I can't hear what he's saying. He started more than 100 years ago, and they say with new methodologies. I'm sorry, I can't hear what he's saying. I apologize. I cannot hear what he's saying. I'm sorry, I cannot hear what he's saying. I want to apologize. I'm not getting what he's saying. Okay, if I answer to Antonio, what was that? The question is complex. If we don't have this presentation, we will remove more than half of the teachers. So it is complex. We have to reflect on this. And I think in the institutions, we have the examples of people that are close, that have this freedom to do whatever they want, even though it's not the best for the students. Okay, the next question is, how do you think that scientific knowledge that we produce can be applied for benefit of society? And we have 10 answers for few, three a lot, and our speakers, if they want to give the word, we have an opinion there. Well, I am connecting to what Toño mentioned about the topic of processes and the product as the only transferable thing we can have. And maybe it would be good to go to open science, and not only it is about transferring the product and the benefit for society when it comes to the product of scientific knowledge, but about all the production and creation process for science. And this is a big paradigm shift that requires a lot of transformation because it needs to make visible what is invisible, show what is hidden, and show the things that are not really good from this process, and to show this plot. So, in this regard, the applicability and the social benefit would be in all the process, research as part of this, part of a practice that has to be social. This is one of the things I wanted to mention, and it goes according to what they were saying when you have the transference. I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry, but I can't hear what she's saying. It has to be taken as a whole, as part of this formation. Now, here we have another question. Hello. Well, more than a question, it's a reflection. I have loved all the topic about this presentation and application, and talking about the sense of why we're doing what we're doing. I think every research has an impact, and it could have it since now an immediate impact, short, mid, and long term, because sometimes we can't even see the impact our research can have, but we have to think on this. But my concern, and what we saw on the pandemic as well, is how science has worked many problems out, but also in education. Maybe the solutions taken were not addressing those existing evidences. How many years in the online education? How many years have they been investigating and they know what to do? Well, a decision, an emergency decision was made, but these guidelines, the effective guidelines were not addressed. So, well, this situation that what we do, maybe I think there could be a communication failure with society as well. Because many times I talk about the context in Spain. In Spain, maybe since a language matters because it molds our minds, calling a person a professor maybe makes research and what is behind and the science done in the academia and the university especially and in other places like we here where we are is not in the reflection of society. Here we're talking and it seems to be a bubble, and we have to, I think we have to be aware that we are in that bubble because maybe out of this bubble they would understand what we are doing. So maybe that reflection of what I do, obviously there is an impact on what we do, but maybe we don't have this greater impact because it's not understood. What we do is not understood. So we have to make an effort to convey this to society, convey to society what we are doing. That would be my reflection, and I love everything that I have seen so far. Thank you very much. I think all these transference concept is very interesting, and according to what the speakers and our colleagues have mentioned, I think it is important to see this language situation. I think we have to talk about the third mission. This is a term more than transference because that would force us to rethink of an dialogue ecosystem between societies and universities. For that, it makes this ownership of what is done in a reflexive space with this free idea production. And also, what I think that can make a difference in the sense of academic work is the building of this social innovation. In that regard, it is true that there's a lot of transfer on knowledge results, but I think that we lack the dialogue and the way to build some alternatives on how to transform society. I know a case that I would like to put as a reflection because to me, this is the best example that I have discovered in social innovation. I lived in Mexico for 20 years in Veracruz, in the University of Veracruz. I was working and I saw an image this morning, and this is the border between Mexico and the US. But all Mexico talks about the border because to get to the border, there is a means of transportation that we know, and that is the beast. It is a train going from the southern border to the north border of Mexico. It is called the beast, not only because it is huge, but because it destroys and devours the people traveling on it, because it is not a train for passengers, but it is a train for merchandises. So there are some people that are the bosses, and there are some women that are from Orizaba, Veracruz, and they only decide that they give a bag of food and water to the people passing by. And I remember that in the University of Veracruz in 2017, we had this international fair of book. So we had this culture of peace, and we could give them this university merit. And the great polemic is that they were not university students. How can we give this medal to housewives that the only thing they do is to give bags with tortilla? Well, there is a huge example of a dialogue, an ecology of knowledge, where the university has a lot to learn and it is very educational. not only to teach to be ethical and to build a fair world, but we see what they are doing. So I think that at times we miss the opportunity that in the third mission we can feed this reciprocal transfer model. And I think it is somewhere we have to revisit from education to really make it effective, getting to social innovation. Wonderful. Now I think that if the people who have intervened, they have an element that is to move forward to a society with more dialogue, the building of this society that Ramon Gelcher mentioned. When building this knowledge, he was talking about more democratic processes. It's not a top-down model where the academics and researchers go and gather information and goodbye. But the transferring from say that we will hear, we are going to give voice in our research groups to people, to groups, for them to tell us because they will bring us nearer to their problems and also to our designs of research and transfer. So I completely agree with what you have mentioned. And to finish, we were talking about an open question, and is if you can share an example on how to transfer the results of your research to make an important social impact. I don't know if you want to mention your example, explain it. So this is an open question. Please share an example of your transfer. Well, this is a just a brief comment, please, because of the time. Yes, thank you. Well, a very concrete idea is that having a educational spreading plan of the research products so that every article will include educational resources that can be placed in repositories and that can be used again by the community. But very important, design the idea of those possible resources and those educational products from the beginning, not as an additional thing or as an extra, but that in all the design of this research, we can consider this from the beginning and know what the educational purpose will be, what they are for, and for whom and why. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much to these last speakers. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Okay, well, we want to thank you so much for your participation in this first day of activities. Now, please don't leave anything. We need to go. We are going out outside. The bus is waiting, and from there we are going to the hotel. So when you get to the hotel, please don't go to sleep. Go to dinner. If you have any questions, please look for us. We are here to serve you. Have a good night, and we will resume tomorrow.